消えていいですか？
このコンピューターにレコーディング。はい、これで今レコーディングが始まってます。これでもう大丈夫です。レコーディングが始まってます。
それじゃあ、時間が出てきましたか？
はい、4時です。
ね、スタートしましょう。
はい。皆さん、どうも新しくて申し訳ありません。これから第2回ラッセル研究会を始めたいと思います。Hello everyone. Let us start the second session of our symposium dedicated to Nikolaj Russel. 今日は日本語と英語とで司会をやります。I am Ikeda, working at University of Tokyo. Today I serve as one of co-chairperson of this symposium. 東大の池田です。司会の一人を務めます。First of all, let me ask to Professor Wada Haruki to make opening remark. Wada Haruki 先生、東京大学名誉教授の和田先生に、まずは開会のお話をお願いしたいと思います。Please, 和田先生。
Thank you. I am Wada Haruki. Working as chairman of the organizing committee of the International Symposium on the occasion of the 90th anniversary of Dr. Russel death, I am very glad that we are now starting our symposium, crowning part 2. I myself wrote a 2-volume biography of Eduard Russel, a narodnik who crossed many national boundaries in 1973. It was the first full biography of Dr. Russel. 3 years after Mikhail Yoshko's biography of Russel Sudzilovskij was published by Belarusian University Press. Yoshko worked on Russel Archives, Moscow. This wonderful pioneer work was Russell's second full biography. Since then, half a century has passed. Yoshiko was younger than me, but he passed away. 20 years after, in 1990s, Terence Emmons, professor of Stanford University, published 2 books on Russell. His latter book, published in 1996, was a solid study of Russell's fighting against Orthodox Bishop Vladimir, scandal maker in San Francisco. But Emmons' work was an isolated academic adventure. But 20 years after, in 2016, Belarusian writer Valery Ermolenko wrote a slender but well-illustrated book on Russell, Wonderful Destiny of a Belarusian, for young readers. And adventurist officer Igor Smirevets from Saratov published a book on Russell's biography with an attractive title, How to Become President, or A World Trip with Dr. Russel. And finally, our Italian colleague, Claudio Faccinelli, mathematician and writer, published a new biography of Russell, Lumpatius Vagabundus, in 2022. Such a new wave cannot be separated from Russell's family club, organized by Russell's granddaughter, Ijiri Hiroko, and great-granddaughter of Russell's sister, Nadezhda Zalenskay. Therefore, we are now gathering here. In 1978, I went to Moscow for a long stay and met Yoshko, and visited Minsk to meet specialists on Russell. Belarusians thought unanimously that Dr. Russel was Belarusian hero. I myself wrote in my biography of Russell that Russel Sudzilovskij was a Pole, or a Russified Pole, relying the Soviet biographical dictionary, actors of revolutionary movement in Russia, which was published in 1931. Therefore, I made up my mind to study this topic more with special attention. I kept this consciousness long up to the time of preparation for this symposium, but now this problem ceased to attract my interest. This year, 2022, was a fatal year to us all. This year should be named as the year of Ukrainian war. In this year, we are destined to gather to remember the life of Nikolaj Konstantinovich Sudzilovskij, Dr. Russel, and to think over the ties which combine us with him. I am now thinking that in order to fight against the war and to realize a peace, we should stand by the motto, someday we shall overcome national boundaries and state citizenships. Dr. Russel was a Russian, Pole, Belarusian, Ukrainian, and he was American, Romanian, and Hawaiian, and he was a Japanese, and he died as a Chinese. He went over many national boundaries and sought everywhere life and peace worthy of human being. Let us learn Dr. Russell's mind and spirits based on men of earth now. じゃあ日本語でご挨拶しますね。皆さん、私はラッセル没後の国際シンポジウム、90年の記念国際シンポジウムの組織委員会の責任者として、本シンポジウムの第2部をここに開催することについて非常な喜びを感じております。私がニコライ・ラッセル国境を越えるナロード日記という2巻本の伝記を書き上げて出版したのは1973年のことでした。それは世界で最初のラッセル伝です。その3年後にベラルーシ大学の出版部からミハイル・ヨシコのラッセル・スジドフスキー伝が刊行されました。モスクワにあるラッセル文書を使って書かれた価値ある一冊です。2つのラッセル伝が出て、来年がちょうど50年、半世紀になります。その時から20年が過ぎて90年代になりますと、アメリカのスタンフォード大学のロシア史の大家テレンス・エモンズがラッセルについて2冊の本を表しました。1996年の本はラッセルのサンフランシスコ時代の政教司祭ブラジミルとの闘争についての充実した研究でした。しかしエモンズの仕事は広い関心を呼び起こしませんでした。それからまた20年が過ぎました。ラッセルに対する新しい関心が世界的に高まりました。2016年にはベラルーシの作家エルモレンコが児童向けのラッセル伝を出し、サラトフの軍人探検家スミレービッツが魅力的なタイトルをつけたラッセル伝を出しました。いかにしてプレジデントになったか、またはドクター・ラッセルと共にする世界一周旅行というのがその本のタイトルです。そして2022年にはイタリア人の数学者で、作家のクラウディオ・ファッキネッリが新しいラッセル伝、を刊行しました。このような新展開にはこの40年間ラッセルの孫イジリ・ヒロコさんとラッセルの妹のナロードニキナデージュダの曽孫カーチャ・ザレンスカヤ氏が組織したいわばラッセル同族会とも言うべき運動が大きな力を与えています。この新しい波に押し上げられてこの度のラッセルの没後92年の記念シンポジウムが開会になったのです。私は1978年に、モスクワに在学研究で出かけ、そこでヨシコ氏と会い、ミンスクのベラルーシの他のラッセル研究者たちとも会いました。そこで当惑したのは私の本ではラッセルについて、ポーランド人、ロシア化したポーランド人だと書いているのに、ベラルーシの人々は当然ながらラッセルはベラルーシ人だと確信していたということです。でそのことについて私は 研究しようと思いました。で、今回のシンポジウムでも報告しようと思いましたが、しかしやがて私の気持ちが消えていきまして、そういう気持ちが。今ではそういう関心が消えました。というのは、2022年というこの年は、宿命的に、我々にとって、全員にとって宿命的な年であります。ウクライナ戦争の年になりました。ラッセルが生き育ち、戦ったその地が戦争の地になっておるということです。その年に我々はラッセルの生涯を思い、彼と我々をつなぐものを考えることになったわけです。私は今、戦争と戦い、平和を実現するためには、最終的には民族や国籍を我々は乗り越えていきなきゃならないということを考えています。ラッセルは何人かと問われれば、ポーランド人であり、ロシア人であり、ベラルーシ人であり、それからアメリカ人になり、ハワイ人であり、最後には日本人の父となって日本人となった。そして中国が渡って中国人と死んだと、こういう人であったと思います。ラッセルは国境を越えて生きて、その生きたところで、その全てのところで人間らしい生と平和を求めた人でした。その人類人、地球人ラッセルの精神について、我々は光を学ばなければならないと思います。以上です。ちょっと。
Thank you, Professor Wada. Then let me ask Ijiri Hiroko-san, grandchildren of Nikolaj Russel. Her father is grandson Russel. じゃあ、Ijiri Hiroko-さん、お願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。皆様、こんにちは。改めまして、私は井尻弘子と申します。私はニコライ・ラッセルの孫であり、大原康光の次女でございます。前回の第1部7月30日には、多くの先生方に参加していただきまして、ありがとうございました。3時間にわたる長時間となりましたが、大変実りの多い有意義な集いだったと思います。今回はニコライ・ラッセル没後90年の記念シンポジウム第2部でございます。今回はご案内状の記載名の先生方に発表していただきますが、今回もどうぞより有意義な集いになりますようにご協力のほどお願い申し上げます。さて、折しもウクライナは大変な混沌とした戦争中でございまして、私の親戚であるウクライナにお住まいのゲオルギーさんはその渦中にあります。今日は参加されるかどうかわからないと懸念していたんですが、今日は来ていただいて本当にありがとうございます。ゲオルギーさんと家族の平安と健康が守られるようにお祈りしつつ、ゲオルギーさんについて少し触れたいと思います。こちらがゲオルギーさんの、ゲオルギーさんに、あと娘さんの母ちゃさんとお孫さん、レナさん、そして息子さんの奥様のノンナさんとお孫さんの写真です。大変に苦労なされました。避難したりね。もうちょっと前のは避難した様子のすごい写真が、だけど今日はやめました。ちょっと、でも、一昨日にすごいボンパっていう爆撃があって、今日もゲオルギーさんが来られないかと懸念してたんですけど、本当に驚きました。来ていただきまして、奥様もありがとうございます。ね、来ていただいて。ウェルカム。はい。そして、あとね、ごめんなさい、次。家系図。
家系図を省略してください。
省略ね。はい。ゲオルギーさんについて、ウクライナのキーウにお住まいで、ニコライ・ラッセルの弟の家系で、ひ孫にあたる方で、私の濃い親戚にあたる方です。ゲオルギーさんは30年ほど前、私の父、康光が見まかるときに、ロシア語で お手紙をくださいました。その内容は、私はニコライ・ラッセルの弟の家系のものです。お目にかかりたいとの内容でした。私はそのお話に大変興味を持ち、この方に会ってみたいなと強く思うようになりました。その後、ご縁があり、私の息子がベラルーシの方と結婚したのです。その際、ゲオルギーさんと直接お会いする機会に恵まれました。これでいいですか？はい、まだゲオルギーさんからはミンスクやらモギリョフで一緒に行動したんですが、彼は大変魅力的な人で、言葉は全然わからなかったんですけど、大変素晴らしい人でした。ゲオルギーさんとは、はい、最近までメールでやり取りがありました。はい、今日はとっても良かったです。はい。
じゃあ、あれですね。桑野さん。はい。桑野さんやってください。
ちょっと、軽く英語で内容をご紹介します。すみません。はい。ですね。はい。I am Hiroko Ijiri. I am a grandson of Nikolaj Russel and the second daughter of Ohara Yasumitsu, Russell's son. At the first symposium, I enjoyed presenting about Russell's life, and I was very happy to have this second time as well. And now Ukraine is in a very difficult situation. And one of my relatives, Mr. Georgy Sudzilovskij, was in very, it's very difficult to explain, but it's very critical condition. And I was wondering if he could join us today, but after all, he did. So he has joined us, and he's going to speak after me. Mr. Georgy Sudzilovskij lives in Kyiv in Ukraine, and a descendant of Nikolaj Russel's brother. So he's related to us. And 30 years ago, when my father died, Mr. Georgy Sudzilovskij sent me a letter in Russian, and saying he would like to meet you or us. So, and as it happened, my son married a Belarusian lady, and we were all invited to visit Belarus. And I had finally a chance to meet Mr. Georgy Sudzilovskij, and I heard a lot of information I did not know. So I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Georgy Sudzilovskij, and I think I should end here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kuwana-san. Тогда господин Суdzilовский, Георгий, здравствуйте. Можете ли вы дать нам хотя бы коротко, ну, 1, 2, 3 слов, пожалуйста? Вам не слышно.
Георгий? Он хочет, чтобы ты сказал несколько слов.
これを止めてるのを消さないとあれだね。
Я благодарен за участие в этой конференции, тем, что они интересуются, так сказать, предком моим и его судьбой, и собрали вокруг себя семью его наследников, и занимаются исследованием его жизни. Я так понимаю, что у него богатое наследие. Вот, и много еще, что будет времени заниматься его, изучать все, что он наработал за свою жизнь.
Спасибо. Продолжайте, пожалуйста.
Так коротко, потому что я не готовился, и мне нечего добавить к тем исследованиям, которые вы проводили.
Хорошо. Спасибо большое. Тогда я перевожу коротко. とにかくこの会議に参加できるのが嬉しいです。そして、井原さんのおかげで、井原さんの周りにラッセルの、子孫たちが集まり、そして研究が、推進されることになりました。私はとても嬉しいです。I speak in English. Thank you for Ijiri san. She efforts so much that around her, many relatives of Nikolaj Russel gathered, and due to her efforts, the research of Nikolaj Russel has been promoted so much. Thank you so much. Хорошо, Георгий сан, спасибо огромное. Спасибо большое.
Вам спасибо.
じゃあ池田さん。
はい。そしたらば次は、シマコフさんですね。報告、ラッセルとインディアン、アレス・シマコフさん、ベラルーシの件。
僕がちょっと説明しましょう。
それでは、お願いします。
はい。それでは、以上で、最初のセレモニカルなところは終わりまして、Now we are entering the symposium. First presenter is Alexander Vasilievich Simakou.
Yes.
He Gomeli descent. He was born 1962. He began work after he graduated at middle school in the factory, and also he started to study in preparatory course of Gomeli State University, and he organized in 1984 the Belarusian Indian Society, and he long studied the Belarusian in Alaska and San Francisco. No, 今のところの説明はどうですか？日本語にする必要がありませんね。島川さん、please. Пожалуйста.
Yes, thank you. I have no practice with both Zoom conferences and speaking in English in public. So sorry for some problems maybe with.
No.
And one note about the name of and the title of my presentation. Dr. Russel and the Indians, and corrected by our Japanese colleagues and American Indians. So-called Native Americans include American Indians, Alaskan natives, and the native Hawaiians, and Indians without the word American are often confused with Asian Indians. In addition to my articles about Belarusians in California, including a series of prefaces to the chapters of Around California by Dr. Russel, where there are mentions of Indians. We have several random approaches to the topic of these studies by other authors. These cases are not purposeful indication of Russell's relationship or contacts with the Indians. In our publications, it was already said that Russell was a defender of the Indians and they were their patients. But there is no certainty that this could have influenced the statements of certain authors, except for Irina Vorobey of Canada. There are motives. Dr. Russel protects Indians. Irina Vorobey text. Dr. Russel fights for the rights of Indians. Alexandrine. Dr. Russel continues the Russian tradition of protecting Indians. Shoshin. Dr. Russel treats Indians. Chernyshevich, Belarusian author. Being a well-known revolutionary, one of the most outstanding Belarusian defenders of the right of non-European peoples in the history of Belarus, Nikolaj Russel is in his childhood read about Indians, at least in the works of popular writers. Russel's use of the expression "the last of the Mohicans" can be considered an echo of readings of Cooper. Also, he broke away from his actual source novel by Cooper. In the 60s, as a high school student, he read at night the stories of Hilmer Cooper, Bret Harte, and other pictures of American life. In the 70s, Sudzilovskij was a member of the American Circle, an association of revolutionary years that idealized America. They planned to create a community in the Wild West. The trip to Kansas was realized by his comrades, one of whom, Grigory Machet, wrote the story about the Indians entitled Black Ingratitude. In Around California, Russell mentions Bredgard's story as a lack of roaring camp. But Russell is quite superficial. It cannot be said that he himself had a close encounter with Indian women, and in his life as a revolutionary, a physician and a national scientist and a philosopher, he was very interested in Indians and was their ardent supporter. He does not hesitate to use the expression savages in relation to natives of Alaska and California Indians. In 1991, in the Sierra Nevada mountains, during his vacation, the doctor directly become acquainted as follows from the text of his report Around California, published in English in 1981 and in Belarusian in we translated last year and published it in Belarusian last year with what he knew about reading in Mogilov and possibly the state of Fastovo in Mstislavsky Uyezd. As we approach it, Placerville, he wrote, which is located in the very foot of the mountain. I ask it not without a surprise, where after all is this famous Sierra Nevada, whose sonorous name Snow Teeth has been connected ever seen elementary school with so much that was poetic and picturesque. In this piece, he criticizes, for example, the Guatemalan. He said lazy population, but it is wild to see Russian among the farmers of El Dorado country. He compares the dances and song of the Indians with their choreography and singing, and not with ours. Russel writes, when Indians who lived by hunting populated these areas, the forest was so pleased that you could see a deer a mile away. For a hunter, this is, of course, a great advantage. The use of one of the trees to make bows falls into the context of Russel's descriptions of nature. Several miles from here, there is a certain Jack, the son of an American and an Indian woman who inherited all the inevitable characteristics of a savage from his mother, and without acquiring any qualities of a white man from his father. Also, Russel in Russel writings, the Apaches unexpectedly appear in a 10 collection of Russel articles. The context allows us to believe that Russel did not mean the Apaches or Apaches in Paris, Parisian Apache, but the American Apaches, and the criticism of their mentality is related to the criticism of the cruel and cynical Kaiser Wilhelm II Hohenzollern. Why Apache? Why? In the context of Russia, Russell get generally humanistic attitude toward indigenous, not in European peoples. Why the emphasis on Hottentot morality, known by the statements of Trotsky and other, and after quote, after 20 centuries of Christian education, the most Christian emperor, certain matured German junker, whom blind fate has placed into the most strategic responsible post, took the initiative in exploding and scattering to the four winds the whole fabric of hypocritical ethical code of ages. With scornful cynicism, he announced Urbi and Orbi that mailed fist was, is, and will remain the supreme law. That all most solemn and sacred covenants are but so many scraps of paper. In short, he preached a piece of Hottentot morality, illustrating that neither post nor staging place a person above the level of Apaches and Bushman morality. The greatest criminal in history, triumphant in his very defeat, still lives and enjoys all the comfort in his Dutch chateau, like looking scornfully at the stupendous graveyard stretching through continents of his dead and dying victims. Also, Russel write about Russian America and missionary work. Writing about the presence of the Russian Orthodox Church in America, Russell could not fail to mention the natives and Creoles of Alaska. In a selected material from his large manuscript, the Levitical cast in Russia, and then published a expanded version of his book on the history of Russian Orthodoxy. He mentions Tlingit scholarship and the world savages. So the last five times in three separate fragments. And as for the relationship between the Orthodox clergy and and the savages after handover of Alaska to the American, he refers to behavior of the cruel cleric Alexei Solomatov. Alaskan savages also appear in one of Russell's final articles about the conflict in San Francisco. Russel is considered the main defender of the students of the church school in San Francisco.
Excuse me. 平山さん、画面共有がなんかなくなってるんですけど、いいんですかこれで。
いいんです、いいんです。
この部分はないんですか？
いいです、いいんです、やってください。
はい。
I'm sorry?
No, no.
Sorry,
Alice,
please continue. I'm so sorry.
Alice, your time is 5 minutes more. 5 minutes more, so.
Yes.
Move to conclusion.
One of the main defender of the students of the church school in San Francisco, in which Bishop Vladimir forbade them to be treated at a certain point. Some of them had Native American ancestry, or for example, Nikolaj Savchenko was at Tlingit, at least on his mother's side. He calls his son an Alaskan who was born in the family of a Belarusian, certainly a Belarusian known in documents of the Russian American company as a native of Smolensk gubernia, near the border. Andrei Kabutka, James Corcoran or Kakaranin, William Koznakov, Pavel Chubarov are among those associated with the school and the Tlingits. Fyodor Tataur can be traced to Tlingit, not only the Dena'ina Indians. And to say, by the way, his roots in Russia about the Lake Baikal. Among the material related to the students available at that time, there is a note testimony of psalmist Nikolai Grankevich, a native of our Gomel region, which was first published by Russel. It has been translated by our project, Grankevich Research and Translation Project on the school, into several dozen of language, in most cases by expert in them, or those close to the issues touched upon in this text. Russel intended to make a request to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in connection with the correspondence with Bronisław Piłsudski. About this in the letter to Russel in 1906 from Tokyo. You promised to send me some.
Alias, please move to conclusion.
Okay. This interesting episode followed by Russel other Russel connections with Indianists, specialists in Indian studies, and Russel also wrote about some other indigenous issues in America, and generally Russel relationship with the indigenous and tribal people of the world, with global generalization, and his support to his struggle is the subject of a separate study. Dr. Russel criticizes Indians for laziness, alcoholism, poor Hawaiian low standards of morality, and so, for the oppressed state of their women. Nevertheless, as a humanist, he sympathizes with their weakness, and he also talks about bad hygiene and other things as a result of bad white administration, including that from Russian Empire. He does not speak directly in support of the Indians, especially their struggle for freedom or similar values. In the cosmopolitan city of San Francisco, traditionally associated with Alaska, the appearance of Indian students and cruel adults did not surprise him. Russell's reference to Indian mostly fit into the circle of his reading and the circumstances of his life, trips during his life in California. In his journalism, he is ambivalent, also superficial. Some influence on him could be made by acquaintances who had close and serious encounters with a compact group of Indians. It can be assumed that Dr. Russel could have become famous as a white chief of the Indians if he had moved to Guatemala, Oregon, Idaho, or Montana, which he was thinking about, instinct to Hawaii, where he led a party of Ham rulers. So far, we can theorize only whether Russel and his associates in the Hawaiian Senate could propose for Hawaii models of legislation adopted by the main part in the United States in relation to Indians. And in addition, as an additional fact relating to Japan is that Russel's colleague Matvey Amursky was described as a descendant of an Alaskan Indian woman. Olga Zhuravina wrote about that.
Okay.
This is the end of my
Thank
text.
you.
Prepared for this event.
Thank you, Alice Simakou-san. Now, discussant, Professor Emeritus Yokohama State University, Naganawa Mitsuo-san, please.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Thank you very much, Mr. Simakou, for your very interesting presentation. It turned out to be very informative for us and very useful for our understanding of Dr. Russell's life and deeds. But frankly speaking, to my regret, I felt that your presentation was so informative that it slightly lacked in coherence. So 2 questions and try to make clearer the point of your presentation from a point of view. According to you, in 1870s, our hero was a member of the American Circle, which was the Association of Revolutionary Youth who idealized America. My first question related with this point. As we know, there was the American Civil War from 1871 to 1861 to 65. And it ended by the victory over the Northern Army, main purpose of which was the emancipation of Negro slavery. It meant in the world history occurred only a few years ago, around the time when the circle was formulated. It's not difficult to imagine how strongly influenced this event on the young men of the circle. I think that the sympathy of members of this association was, of course, on the side of the Northern Army. That is to say, they were also the emancipation of Negro slavery. If so, in comparison with the miserable situation of Negro slavery, how our future doctor estimated that of Native American, so-called American Indians. Did not appear in the mind of a young hero any idea about the emancipation of Native American from the persecution, and how changed or did not change his view on Native Americans after he became acquainted with them in Northern America or in Latin America. This is my first question. This question leads to the next one. We know that lately, when the Dr. Russel was in Hawaii, he was elected to sit in the Hawaiian Senate, mainly by the support from the native Hawaiians. It means how he urgently fought for abolition of discrimination against native Hawaiians by white people from the continent. The second question consists in how changed in his view on the Native American after his experience in Hawaii. That's all my questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. 日本語で。はい。
日本語で。
大変面白いお話をありがとうございました。大変インフォーマティックで、私たちの理解に大変役立ったと思いますが、残念ながらちょっと論旨が非常に不明確で、分かりにくいところがありました。そこで、2つほど説明をさせていただきまして、そして、島子さんの議論、プレゼンテーションの論旨を少しはっきりさせていただきたいと思います。で、島子さんによりますと、1870年代に彼はアメリカンサークルという、アメリカを理想化するサークルのメンバーであったということですが、私の最初 の質問はしております。でご承知のように、アメリカには61年から65年、南北戦争というのがあって、北軍が勝ったわけですけれども、これは当然、黒人解放、奴隷解放を目指す戦いでもあったわけでありますけれども、こうした世界史の中でも最も大きな出来事と言われることが、このサークルが形成されるほんの数年前に起こっていたということでありまして、そうなりますと、どれほど大きな影響がですね、影響をこの事件が青年たちに与えたかということは想像に難くないわけであります。で、おそらく彼ら青年たちはですね、北軍の解放軍の方に、シンパシーを持っていただろうと思いますが、もしそうである以上ですね、ニグロすれば黒人奴隷に対する共鳴というものがネイティブアメリカン、インディアンの窮状、苦しい状況に対する同情とどういうふうに結びつき得たのかということであります。で、果たして若いドクターの頃の中にですね、アメリカ、ネイティブアメリカンの解放ということ、白人による迫害から彼らを解放するというアイデアは生まれなかったんだろうかということを、聞いてみたいということであります。で、そうしてもしあったとしても、それは、どういうふうに、実際に、アメリカインディアンに対して遭遇したことによってどう変わっていったか。それが第一の質問です。第二の質問は、つまりハワイで、彼はハワイ原住民のディスクリミネーションと戦ったわけであります。に対して戦ったわけでありますけれども、それとの関係で言いますと、ネイティブインディアン、ネイティブアメリカンに対するディスクリミネーションに対しては、彼はどういうふうに考えることになったのだろうかということをお尋ねしたかったということであります。以上。
Alice, please.
I'm not sure that I understand the question, but I can say that relationship between the American and Hawaiian episode with regard to natives can be compared. There is realities of a very low quantity of pure full-blooded natives in Hawaii and in California, where Russel saw the Indians, several of them. And as for the politics, the great politics, Klemenka, who died recently, Klemenka from Ukraine, who lived in Gomel, wrote that modern legislator of Hawaiian could be used the Indian laws for the situation in Hawaii. So some comparison could be made. Maybe Katya understand the question better. From my colleague in Japan.
Thank you. ちょっと Naganawa, President Naganawa's question is
I had a question, if possible. May I? Yes, I would like to know if there is any testimony of the interest of Dr. Russel for Negro slaves, because I was rather surprised to realize that the liberty of the Negro slaves came after the serfdom in Russia. Was he interested also in the problem of the Negro slaves in the States when he was in California? Thanks.
Very nice question, but this is beyond the limits of our discussion. Yeah, your question. So we remember your question, and next time we must talk about this.
Okay, thanks anyhow. Thanks.
Alice?
Simply in around California by Russell, black is the black issue is mentioned very even Indians appear more in this travelogue. Thank you.
Okay. So it is a little bit the result of discussion is frustrating. So, but anyway, we must stop the first session. Thank you, Alice Simakou. So the next speaker is Katja Zalenskaya.
I can start?
Yes.
So my talk is about success and defeat of Nikolaj Russel as the president of the Hawaiian territory. Russel arrived in Hawaii in 1892 and first settled in Oahu Island, finding a job on a sugar plantation in Waianae near Honolulu. From 1894 to 1905, he lived in Honolulu and Hilo and practiced medicine. Being a medical doctor, Russel had an opportunity, thanks to his patients, to observe and understand indigenous Hawaii's Kanaka problems. Rather quickly, he realized that poor health and subsequent demographic reduction of the Kanaka population were rooted in exploitation of American sugar planters. Russel wrote, Kanaka lands were in the hands of the planters and missionaries, and common Hawaiian lived of the cultivation of less than an acre of land. Treating patients on plantation, he clearly observed unsanitary and poor living conditions, both Hawaiians and immigrants workers there. Russel wrote that even a simple measure like providing drinking water from artisanal wells or springs, or at least boiling water before drinking, would do away with at least half of the diseases among laborers. And by introducing the hygiene and sanitary measures, morbidity could be cut off. Soon after Russel's arrival to Hawaii, Honolulu was shaken by an unprecedented event. In January 1893, a small group of powerful Hawaiian plantation owners and businessmen under the leadership of American magnate Dole overthrew the Hawaiian monarchy by arresting Queen Lalakani and replaced the 125-year-old Republic of Hawaii with the so-called Planters Republic, providing the route for annexation to the United States. Russel speculated that one of the possibilities to prevent that annexation was the idea of transforming Dole Republic into independent republic with a strong central government, especially one that could successfully resist annexation and promote a genuinely harmonious society. Social, national, and economical religious mixture would make it necessary a firm authority of the government, he wrote. Our country is small, but exceptionally rich and important as a strategic and commercial point. In 1897, almost the entire Kanaka population signed a petition against joining the United States. But when US President Democrat Cleveland term ended and the Republican took an office, the annexation of Hawaii was predetermined. The main motive behind the annexation were based not only competition for US sugar market, but also on the importance of creating a potential Navy base on the onset of the American-Spanish War. Hawaii clearly had a strategic military importance to the United States. So when the war broke in April 1897, Congress submitted a proposal to annex the Republic of Hawaii by resolution, which required only a simple majority in both houses. Officially, annexation of Hawaiian territory was signed into the law on July 7 next year and pompously celebrated in a former residence of the deposed queen in Honolulu. During that period, Russel lived in Hilo and nearby Ala and was busy not only running a private practice as a specialist in ophthalmology, but he also worked in his experimental 200-acre plantation, cultivating coffee and several kinds of tropical fruit trees. Besides that, he wrote articles and pamphlets for the local population, published a popular ecological review in Hawaiian Almanac and Annual. Also, Russel joined the Ola Coffee Growers Association and later was appointed to the Board of Commissioners of Agriculture in Hilo District. Soon afterwards, Russel's life in Ola and Hilo was interrupted by an important political event. Following the annexation, the transition from Hawaiian Islands to American territory required the formation of the new legislation. At the beginning of 1900, local Hawaiians who resented both the Dole republics and annexation of Hawaii to the United States formed an independent or home rule party, which in approaching elections had to contend with the wholly dominated, white people dominated, Republican and Democratic parties of American plantation owners, businessmen, and few wealthy prominent Hawaiians. A few months later, Russel's old friend, Robert Wilcox, unexpectedly arrived at his home in Ola. Wilcox, who became the leader of the new created party of locals, wrote Russel, arrived at my plantation with several influential colleagues with an offer to me to accept the nomination to the Senate from the Hawaii Island, the biggest in a group of Hawaiian islands. I decided to accept that offer with the hope that I could provide at least some favor to the oppressed local people who had shown me so much hospitality. A few months later, Russel left Hawaii to Honolulu with the purpose of getting more involved in territorial politics. The first territorial elections. On the very first day of elections, Republican newspaper headlines, Republican victory sure, Bob Wilcox beaten, and monarchical democracy as dead as herring, tried to assure the readers that the independent party had no chances of winning. Prematurely heralding the Republicans' victory, newspaper reporters didn't even consider waiting for voting returns to arrive from the other islands. In reality, it took several days of delivering results via the schooner Eclipse to Honolulu. When final tallies were made, Robert Wilcox had won all islands except Oahu, and independents claimed the victory in both chambers. Russel, representing the biggest of the Hawaiian Islands, was one of the senators. He wrote, "We responded with incendiary speeches against the existing government of sugar planters, missionaries, and other white enemies of the Hawaiian Islands. As the result of the campaign exceeded our expectations. Having received majority in both chambers, we crushed Republican Democrats, and I was listed in the electoral ballot as Kauka Lukini, Russian doctor." To defend their failure, Republican-owned newspapers attacked independent delegates. Here are a few examples. Election on November 6 was an error. Nikolaj Russel not being legally, the name of Nikolaj Russel not being legally upon the ballot, all the votes for him are lost. Wilcox, inflated by the victory at the polls, now seeks to head his people in downward orgy of vice and debauchery. Independent party preparations for the first legislation. Here is what Russel wrote himself about it. The session of Senate begins in February, and we are confronted with the prospect of committing a genuine revolution in all Hawaiian Islands. Since I'm almost the sole white person in both chambers who knows anything about the techniques of legislative machinery of civilized countries, therefore, the main part of the burden for compilation of legislative drafts and for the same reason of literary and scientific documents will probably lie on me. Together with Wilcox, we have opened a campaign, traveling around the most populated parts of the island. We summoned the local population to meetings and explained our program that defended Hawaiian people's interest as opposed to the sugar plutocracy. Wilcox was very popular among Kanaka, and it wasn't much effort to get a majority of votes in the subsequent events. Russel's old friend wrote, Russel himself was very popular among Kanaka as a man of impeccable integrity. Besides, he always protected the interests of oppressed people. Among the local Kanaka, he was truly a king. Besides propaganda, Russel was drafting bills. Counting a small majority in both chambers, I hurried to introduce into legislation several urgent measures against soldering native alcohol, which has a disastrous effect on them, against unfair tax system, which was dumping all the burden on poor and middle-class income residents and facilitating the owners of latifundia. Here is his most important bills. Self-governing bill to govern islands independently from American government authorities. Radical health care reform, free medical aid to all local Hawaiians, and labor safety for plantation workers. Tax bill. Taxes should be levied upon the income, primarily from sugar and transport companies, and the poor should be completely exempt. Establishment of music conservatory, abolition of death penalty, and alcohol control bill to restrict the sale of alcohol. Other members of the Independent Party proposed lifting taxes from the Taro lands, restoring the use of Hawaiian language in school, creating public libraries, allocating government appropriations for poor students to study abroad, establishing local university, equal pay for white and native teachers, improving situation on leprosy colony in Molokai, and the protection of native birds and wildlife. First territorial legislation, opened on February 20th. On the very first day of legislation, the convened Senate nominated Russel for the post of temporary chairman. And after the following day's balloting, Russel was elected the president of the first territorial Senate, receiving 8 out of 14 votes. Very soon after opening, the battles between independents and Republicans erupted at a full scale. The first one was about the use of Hawaiian language. Even though Senator Dole demanded the sole use of English, some delegates spoke only Hawaiian and voted to choose the official interpreter. During the following session, Republican Archie exhibited unacceptable rudeness and angerness by accusing independents that they banded together to prevent Republicans from accomplishing honest work. They carry the day by sheer force of their numbers and they have no advantage and have the advantage of organized power. In another fierce discussion, Republicans Brown and Carter bitterly opposed the rule to give the president the right to vote on all questions. But on that day, they failed to deprive Russel from his voting rights. During the next session in March, Republican Archie presented the resolution to adopt a constitution under which the Hawaiian territory would be admitted as a state to the United States of America. The Party of Independence announced a motion to reject it and remain solid, finally defeating Archie's motion by voting 8 noes to 7 yes. In the same time, another opera booth was played by Senator Brown, who again questioned the right of president to vote and charged Russel with attempts to arbitrarily override the Senate without providing any proofs on voting rights. He insisted on talking and until getting black and blue in face. And when Russel called him to order, he refused to stop. Finally, Russel called Sergeant at Arms to arrest and remove Brown from the Senate floor. On March 26, very few important proposals caused a bitter dispute. The motion, specific tax on sugar, was to levy an assessment of $10 a ton of sugar imported to the United States by all plantation owners. Republicans immediately consolidated to reject that proposal. During the same session, a great bomb fell in Senate when Russel, outraged with new limitations and inability to vote on some issues of status of president, tabled his resignation and returned to the senator position. The next session was mostly consumed in fierce discussion over Russel's dispensary bill. The problem was that not only several colleagues, but many local Kanaka were against it. 2 weeks later, Russel proposed to tax liquor 80% with the profits gained for public treasury, where the money could be utilized for school purposes or establishment of tea and coffee shops, building libraries with lecturing room, creating healthy recreation spaces to address awakening of the mental and spiritual interest in people. The final decision about the dispensary bill was made 9 days later when Dr. Russel, the father of dispensary bill, he was called, and other intrepid advocates of anti-drink measures lost to Brown's anti-dispensary resolution. The end and result of territorial legislation. Throughout the whole legislation, independents felt confronted and restrained by the negligence and erasure of their proposals by the opposition. Severely frustrated, independent party representatives passed a House resolution on the final day to remove Governor Dole from office because he hindered the work of the session by hostility towards legislators, withheld vital information and reports that were called for, and refused to cooperate with lawmakers. Russel distanced himself from that resolution to remove Dole, but he delivered a very passionate speech. It was, in my opinion, that this country in political, economical, and social aspects was and is in abnormal and unhealthy condition. And only through a series of important reforms, the powerful obstacles towards its development, prosperity, and association with the United States may be removed. I accepted the seat in the Senate in order to give my assistance to such reforms. And I brought them in front of you in the shape of your bills, which in my estimation could and should remedy the most craving evils. You have voted them down, and so you've shown that you do not approve any reforms. So long as political, economical, and social conditions are ruling, no change of personnel will help, because I think no personnel will be able to change the rotten system. At the end, the efforts to remove Dole were shattered, and the bills that were most important for local Hawaiians didn't pass legislation. From about 70 bills proposed by independent party, only 19 were sent for governor to signature. Some of them weren't signed by Senator Dole, and they expired. Reasons for independence failure. According to Russel, there were several objectives that prevented the passage of independence agenda. The short time allocated to legislation was wasted on debates on the trivial matters, which were of no interest to the people of the territory. Little or no work being done by the several committees, as evidenced by failure to promptly report. Incidents of bribery. Russel wrote, at the end, our small majority evaporated through the bribery of some Kanaka. Besides that, the reduction of lawmaking session from 90 days to 60 days and Governor Dole pocket veto contributed to killing many bills proposed by independents. Attacks on independent delegates. Republican newspapers continuing to spread false information about the ignorance of the native leaders. Incompetence and egotism of native independent home rule party led to defeat their legislative work. The home rulers are trying to do their duty, but their fruitless efforts are almost pathetic to tears. The truth is that they do not know either what to do or how to do. In reality, historical facts about the independent party representatives in legislation and indigenous population showed a very different picture. Several researchers who analyzed primary source archival documents showed many ignored and purposely omitted facts from many history books about the accomplishments of the leaders of the independent party in the fields of education, history, business, politics, and religion. Final conclusions. Analyzing the complexity of historical events, it is interesting to discuss if President Russel and Senator Russel failed, or was there any grain of success in his attempts to help Hawaiians in their political struggle. Despite numerous failures, one could argue that Russel succeeded in a sense that he manifestly never gave up on defending people's interests and helping indigenous Hawaiians and their leaders who were fighting against annexation even before Russel enrollment, to better understand the manipulation they faced during the American expansion on the islands and possibilities to stop it. He also clearly exposed the Republican Party greed and its stratagems. And regardless of defeats, Russel appealed to all the parties to unite on the progress of the territory. Interesting that one article in a Republican newspaper gave Russel the credit for his attempts to change the current situation. Give him a full hand and he would hope to make all men happy. The honest desire to raise his race, the grand hope to have lived to some purpose, and even in such a remote island as this, to make a mark, not for himself, Dr. Russel is not selfish, but for human progress was certainly been dear to his heart. As president of the Senate, he found his aspirations but dust and ashes. One must almost say undoubtedly, Russel is the best educated and cultured man of his own party and probably in the whole territorial body. The attitude of Dr. Russel at the present time challenges the honesty of the dominant party. Dr. Russel is honest. He believes in the force of his own opinions. The chances that he has backed his opinion with his life in the time past. That is an honorable record. And all who believe in liberty will give the doctor credit for his past. He dreamed that everyone who was elected was inspired by the purest patriotic principles. He must found it very irksome that so many private interests were brought up and were required to satisfy the private grudges of certain parties who doled with dollars. In context of historical events, Russel tried to introduce urgent reforms that in reality, I think, were radical and ahead of time. For example, proposing exemption from taxes for the poor population and free medical aid. Russel wrote, "One will say that such a health policy is a dream. I'm afraid it is. It is the same sort of dream as were the telephone and a steamship. If such dreams were not realized by the most progressive nations, our life would become a stagnant swamp." Overall, Russell attempts to help Hawaiians once again showed that he was truly a man of humanity and internationalist, as he was described by his older revolutionary colleague. Despite his inability to help the change political situation in Hawaii in 1900, Russell continued to be involved in defending human rights all his life, wherever life took him. Later summarizing his life's achievements in a letter to his friend, he wrote, "Since leaving Russia in 1895, I never stopped defending my positions, principles, and at the same time saving souls from the dominance and assault from powerful predators in different parts of the world." The end. Shall I show my couple photographs?
Yes, please explain the photos.
Okay, here I just collected one front page of one of the newspapers I was reading to make this presentation, which really impressed me the most. And it's completely the whole page, and there is also continuation. Next page dedicated to Russell. And I think this is one of the most impressive reviews written by somebody who learned about Russell's biography before he came to the islands and definitely observed his recent involvement in Hawaiian territory. That article was published 4 years later after the events I was talking about. But for understanding maybe deeply, it is very nice to have that article handy. So the next three photographs are actually cartoons from the newspapers. The last one, with an old man sitting in a chair and reading a book, is cartoon mocking Russell, basically saying that while he was a president, he ignored the legislative process and was just sitting there and reading his book, which was completely opposite, of course, to what I told you about. And in all my story, I pretty much tried to use the direct language from, newspapers and from the people who observed his participation in the Congress. He was extremely active, obviously. And two other cartoons represent basically, they show the mocking of the indigenous Hawaiians and legislative members of the independent party, portraying them as a circus of monkeys who leave the city after failure to pass their bills, and even more severe mockingly cartoon is about just ignorance, that they basically don't know what to do and jumping from branch to branch. Unfortunately, newspaper used the poetry of Kipling, who was actually not happy that when he found out that his poetry was used there, because it has nothing to do with the mocking of natives. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Katja, for a very extremely interesting presentation. And I didn't know you have collected so many newspaper articles and pictures and caricatures, even very, very interesting, actually. Okay, so I think it's now time for Professor Wada to comment on your presentation. Please, Professor.
今の漫画ですね、新聞の漫画についてですけど、そこで漫画、サーカスが去っていくと、議会が終わって、ラッセルの党である革命独立ホームルール党というのが失敗して議会を去っていくっていうのをサーカスが退場するというふうに描いてる、漫画ですね。特徴的な漫画です。つまり共和党の方の長所を表していますね。じゃあちょっと先に日本語で、私のディスカッションをやりましょう。ラッセルの生涯を研究する者はみんな1893年の白人親米派によるハワイ王国転覆の陰謀から始まったハワイの政治的変革の中でラッセルが演じた役割に注目してきました。私もそうですし、よしこ氏もそうです。ところで、50年前には当のハワイでは、ハワイの政治的変革は研究されていませんでした。ラッセルのことも知られておりませんでした。1971年にハワイの公文書館に、調査員のアグネス・コンラッドさんが私の問い合わせに送ってくれたのは、ラッセルの1896年の講演を出版した我が国の保健政策というパンフレットだけでした。ところが、日系人のランポカレッジ助教授のロナルド・林田という人が、この時、研究を始めており、1977年にハワイの歴史雑誌に、ニコラス・ラッセルのオディッセイという論文を発表しました。ハワイ時代のラッセルについての基本的な史実を明らかにした論文です。しかし、この論文は長く外の世界に知られませんでした。私も長く知りませんでした。で、変化は、しかしそのゆっくりと進んでいきました、ハワイの中で。文化面から始まって、90年代になりましたら、これが政治の世界に波及して激震が走りました。1993年になって、アメリカ大統領が議会の決議に基づいて、1893年のハワイ王国転覆行為を不法なことであったとして謝罪するに至ったわけです。でそのことがハワイ人が自らの歴史を調べ直すことを可能にしたと言えるのではないかと思います。 ハワイ島の住民たちの中からハワイの革命と反革命を研究する人が現れてきました。代表的な人物はノエノエ・K・シルバーという1954年生まれの女性ですが、ハワイ大学の教授になりました。この人が2004年に裏切られたアロハ、アメリカ植民地主義へのハワイ原住民の抵抗という本を出版しました。で、2015年にはロナルド・ウィリアムズの論文が出ました。これは第一次のハワイ準州の議会の立法過程の研究です。このシルバー氏もウィリアムスも共にカナカゴの新聞、カナカゴの資料を読んで、そして研究をしているという、こういう画期的な研究が進みました。で、ザレンスカヤさんの報告は、林田さんの論文、77年の論文というものからもう基礎を置きまして、そしてさらにシルバやウィリアムスの新しい研究も取り入れると、新しい動向を取り入れて、ハワイの変革過程の研究を取り入れて、そして認識を深めたところに、その上でザレンスカヤさんの研究が進んだと、こういうことになりましてですね。ですから、ここで明らかにされたザレンスカヤさんの今回の報告というものは、ラッセル研究の画期的な新しいハワイのラッセルについての研究の新しい、段階の業績だというふうに評価できるものだと思います。で、ところで注目されるのは、シルバやウィリアムスの新研究というものがハワイ人の抵抗を研究している。ホームルール等の研究も、等の歴史も研究したわけですけども、不思議なことにその中に加わっている非カナダ族ドクター・ラッセルの活動については黙殺している。ウィリアムスの論文にはラッセルのことが書かれていない。そういうことです。ですから、ザレンスカヤさんの今回の研究というものが非常に意味が深く、また新しい段階での問題提起になっていると私は思います。で、それで私としては伺いたいのはですね、このラッセルが頑張ったというところはよく分かったわけですけども、そのラッセルが頑張ったということが、そのホームルール党、独立ホームルール党の他の指導者、他の人々とどういう関係であったのかということについて、伺いたいということです。特に独立ホームルール党の指導者はウィルコックスという人で、この人がラッセルに選挙に出るように進めたということがお話になりました。で、このウィルコックスというような人とラッセルとはどういうふうな関係で協力関係にあったのか、ホームルール党内のラッセルとカナカ族の議員の協力はどうだったのかということについて伺いたいということです。それで、これをちょっと、英語でちょっと、やりましょう。簡単にいきますが。Every writer who intended to write biography of Dr. Russel never failed to pay attention to the conspicuous role played by him in the drama of political change of Hawaiian kingdom from 1893 to 1903. So I also described this process and Russell's role and Simakou Yoshiko also described this process. But at that time, 50 years ago, in the very Hawaii, neither revolution of 1893 and no annexation 1898 were studied profoundly. In 1971, responding my request, Ms. Agnes Conrad, researcher of Hawaiian Public Archives, sent me only one item, which she discovered, a pamphlet of Dr. Russel, Our Health Policy. However, at this time, Japanese-American Ronald Hayashida, assistant professor of Ramapo College, started to study a topic, Russel in Hawaii. And he managed to publish an article, The Odyssey of Nikolaj Russel, in the academic journal, Hawaiian Journal of History, volume 11, 1977. This article made basic facts of Russel's life in Hawaii clear. But this article remained unnoticed by outside world so long. Change came in finally in 1990s. Situation of in Hawaii drastically changed. In 1993, in the 100th anniversary year, the US Congress adopted an apology resolution. It acknowledged that the overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii was illegal. President Clinton offered President's apology by signing the resolution of November 23rd, 1993. This present apology gave a strong impetus to the national awakening of Hawaiian people. Native historians appeared and published a number of important works. They are Ms. Noe K. Silva, professor of University of Hawaii, author of the brilliant book, Aloha Betrayed, Native Hawaiian Resistance to American Colonialism, published in 2004. In 2015, another scholar, Ronald Williams Jr., published a thorough survey of the Hawaii's first territorial legislature. This article was utilized by Zalenskay. Thus, Ms. Zalenskay's paper was written on the basis of Professor Hayashida's pioneer work and also the new achievement of new Hawaiian native scholars. Therefore, she could make big progress and to provide a new picture of Russel's activities during this revolutionary period. What is noteworthy is that Dr. Williams talked much about the Home Rule Party, but he too completely ignored the existence of Dr. Russel in the Home Rule Party. That is why Zalenskay's paper deserves special respect from Hawaiian people in the near future. The Hawaiian history in that heroic years cannot be written fairly without taking Dr. Russell's work activities into account. I have a question to you, Ekaterina Oregovna. Explain a little the relation between Dr. Russel and the party leader Robert Wilcox. I would like to know about Russell's relation with Hawaiian comrades in the party.
Mhm. Well, first of all, as I told, the Wilcox invited Russell, to come and participate in the elections for the. And the way Russell wrote in his memoir was a little bit maybe exaggerating, that he was immediately accepted as a senator. It wasn't like that. In fact, he was actually elected a senator. So when Wilcox arrived to his home in Big Island, Hawaii Island called then, Russell was completely surprised. But as he wrote, he wanted to give, his favor to the local people, which he really admired, I would say. So their friendship started, I would say, very solid, and they were together working in every participation of every bill, trying to struggle for passing of those bills important for the local Hawaiians. But to tell the truth is, Wilcox himself was quite a contradictory figure, which was written, there's several biographies written about him in, I think, in the books of David Starr, called Wilcox and Revolution, and Wilcox's biography was translated from Hawaiian language by the woman called Martha Webb. And there is a negative article about Wilson written by Andrade and several others. So what they do describe that Wilcox was a contradictory figure, and sometimes it was hard to understand his positions because he was changing sides very often. That's why Andrade called him arrogant, unprincipled zealot who frequently changes sides in party struggle. So, that was true that he did change sides, but at the same time, that could be explained that Hawaii went through a very complicated period when American dominance was growing in Hawaii. It was very hard to orient, and maybe in his figure, Wilcox embodied the complexity of managing those influence and growing power of the United States. And one of his friends actually wrote, and I think I have it in a longer version of my article, that Wilcox indeed behave erratically sometimes, but other Hawaiians behave too, because as a consequence of paralyzing culture shock resulting on a society's inability to cope with the pressure of constant foreign interventions and political bizarre environment. So I think Wilcox and Russell worked together in campaigning, trying to show Hawaiians the ways how to succeed in this legislation. Until the last days in April, when Wilcox suddenly proposed that he would like to change the name and the essence of the Independent Home Rule Party and change it in a way that this party should be called Independent Home Rule Republic, and that this party would be affiliated with the United States. In his opinion, affiliation with the United States Republican Party would help Hawaiians to pass their legislation or their demands, their bills. But in reality, I think Russell was quite against it because he thought that no collaboration with Republicans in the United States would make any sense to succeed for Hawaiian society. So I think that's what was their main disagreement. Even that I didn't find any particular quotes, saying that they disagree, but just reading what Wilcox proposed in the April 17 session was definitely not accepted by Russel and many, maybe not so many, but few of other independent colleagues, because they thought, how do we know if our expectation that after we becoming independent Republican Party, how those affiliation with the United States will help us? Maybe we are tricked. And I think in that sense, Russel really, he failed, of course, to Wilcox, but at the same time, I think he kept standing on his positions that you have to stand for Hawaiians just for themselves.
Okay, thank you. ザレンスカイさんのお答えはですね、こうでした。ウィルコックスはラッセルの友人としてでラッセルをハワイの選挙に、上院の選挙に出るように誘ったと。で、ラッセルは喜んでそれを受けて選挙に出たと。こういうことですね。で、2人は協力していたということであって、議会の中で法案を通すのに2人は協力して成果も上げたけども、しかし、このウィルコックスという人は非常に矛盾した人であると、矛盾した性格を持っているということで、何度も要するに立場を変えている。つまり、アメリカの方に寄ったり、共和党の方に寄ったり、そうでないと、今度ハワイの方に、ウィルコックスという人は、ハワイの原住民のですね、出てきたカナガ族の人ですが、イタリアに留学した人ですけど、このいろいろ立場を変えているということで、これについていろんな研究があります。アンドレイデという人は非常にネガティブな意見を彼について出していますが、しかしそういう問題がやはりラッセルとこの人との協力関係にも影響したのではないかと思います。というのは最後に、ウィルコックスは独立ホームルール党というのを変えてですね、それでこの共和党の一部になると、本当の共和党の一部になってこそ自分たちの力が増すということに提案に行きました。そういう方向に行きましたので、これラッセルと相入れないものだったんですな。そういうことになりました。それで、結局、2人の道が分かれてしまいました。そういうことがあったということです。もうちょっといろいろご説明になったんですけど、ちょっと十分説明しきれません。申し訳ありませんが。以上でございました。
ありがとうございました。ちょっと時間の関係もありますので、でもThank you, Kazuhiko, for very interesting and very detailed presentation about Russell's activities in Hawaii. And I think many of us did not know or were not aware of his success and some failures. Thank you so much. Thank you. And そうですね。あとついでにごめんなさい。ついでにでも本当にごめんなさい、ついでに言っちゃうと、アメリカン・インディアンについては結構批判的なのに、ハワイの原住民については、なんかすごくサポートしているのが、それが何なんだろうと、さっきのね、黒人に対してはどうなんだろうというご質問もありましたけど、ちょっとこれ全体として、ちょっと持ち越してですね、それをこれから考えていきたいと思います。Thank you, Kacha. I was interested in why Russell was so supportive of native Hawaiian while he was so critical of American Indians. And I think this is something we should think about, during this symposium and beyond. Thank you so much, かっちゃん。ありがとうございました、和田先生。では、あとちょっとここでですね、休憩に入りたいと思います。でも結構いいですね、いいペースで言ってましてですね、ちょっと10分ここで休憩させていただきまして、55分から、次のですね、第6報告を始めたいと思います。それでは皆様10分間、失礼させていただきます。どうも本当にこれまでのご清聴、ご参加ありがとうございました。引き続きどうぞお戻りくださいますよ。よろしくお願いします。あ、そうか。we must stop, this symposium and 10 minutes, 10 minutes pause, and we come back after, in 10 minutes, like 17:55. We start the next presentation at 17:55, and please come back again at that time. Thank you so much for your participation so far.
10 minutes pause.
So 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, please come back. Thank you.
Я не знаю, надо смотреть, читать. Вроде когда, но что значит в их понимании синхронный переводчик, я не знаю.
Ну вот то, что у них здесь. Вот это синхронный переводчик. Она говорит, а снизу оно переводит в текст.
Ну так, по всей видимости, они подключили его к этой зум-конференции.
Да, но если у тебя твой аккаунт как бы не дотягивает до этого уровня,
потом сяду и спокойно разберусь.
Ну это проще даже, честно говоря, я попробую. Не попробую, а спрошу, потому что она работает с ними постоянно. Моими конференциями, я наверняка знаю.
Катя, где все?
Ты же звук отключил.
Что-то...
10 минут перерыв. 10 минут перерыв.
Георгий. Ну,
да, Катерина.
Что-нибудь понятно было?
Да нет, ты понимаешь, мы не в состоянии включить переводчик. У нас что-то не получается.
Ну, знаешь, что я тебе прислала текст, так что, ну и потом я могу на словах пересказать.
Я, понимаешь, хотел бы понять вообще общую концепцию, ну, по какой, ну, кроме даты 90 лет, столько людей, столько участников. Я никак не ожидал, вообще говоря, такого количества.
Да, 45.
У меня 41, ну, не важно.
Да, сейчас, а когда сейчас некоторые ушли, а до этого было 43 и 2 дополнительных.
А чего Симаков не, так сказать, даже фотографию свою не показал?
Ты знаешь, такое впечатление, что у него старый компьютер или старый iPad, я не знаю, и у него нету видео. Я спросила его, да.
Ну, не потому что это Беларусь, которая, понимаешь, конфронтации.
Я стала думать, что и в следующий раз, когда Mitsuo поедет в Минск, надо как-то попросить, чтобы или Лена, или кто-нибудь, у них наверняка и остались какие-нибудь ненужные старые компьютеры или iPad, чтобы ему подарить.
Может быть.
Если бы нормальный мир был, так, господи, я бы приехала вообще и в Украину, и все.
Если бы.
Да. А теперь что? Мы были в Киеве когда-то давно.
Ну, видишь, у нас такого вообще никогда не было, чтобы 2 суток просидеть в темноте тотальной. Сегодня включились в 4 часа, а в 8 опять выключились. Хорошо успели хоть заряжаться эти все наши гаджеты.
Да, но по крайней мере у вас тепло, хотя бы дровами топить, да?
Ты понимаешь, с утра уже не совсем не жарко.
Да, я, между прочим, замерзла сама.
О, видишь, я уже утеплился.
Да, я с вами солидарна.
Нас еще обещают минус 12 градусов. Это вообще уже меньше. Ну, вот мне взять подсказывает, что меньше. Ну, понимаешь, вчера дождь, а сегодня минус 5 или минус 3. Представляешь, что там делать?
Кошмар какой-то.
Ну да, все кошмаром.
Как это может кончиться?
Ну, как кончится? Как-то кончится. Мы на это смотрим оптимистично. Вот Таня у нас менее оптимистична. Она склонна видеть во всем, так сказать, хуже, чем есть. Вот, ну, надеемся. Понимаешь, если бы немножко... Я вот не знаю, что, понимаешь, я тебе иногда отправляю какие-то вот эти, то, что меня, ну, так сказать, заинтересовало. Я не пойму, ты просто с этим уже знакома? Или...
Я просто по телефону у меня вообще не открываются все эти. И, да, или, может быть, тоже некоторые как-то заражены там вирусом каким-то или что-то, я не знаю. Но, в общем, один раз я пыталась открыть, и как-то там...
Ну, я постараюсь воздержаться.
Да, поэтому лучше, если ты посылай на email.
На email?
Да, там мне, по крайней мере, легче посмотреть, стоит ли открывать или нет. Я там могу немножко разобраться.
Ну, понял. Хорошо, я буду иметь в виду.
Так, ребят, я, конечно, дико извиняюсь, если вы коллеги. Да, смотрите. Может, мне надо готовить.
Так, а что ты будешь делать?
Ты тут будешь готовить? Ну, мне надо чистить. Ну, я, конечно, могу тоже.
С этим приготовлением пищи на этой печке, это ж тихий ужас. Что она там еще приготовить может? Суп сварили, картошку сварили, ну, мясо. В промежутках, когда появляется свет, успеваем сбегать в туалет, помыть посуду.
Ой. У вас 2 этажа, да?
Да. Вот. И ты понимаешь, что самое печальное, что у нас был очень неудачно поставленный халтурно, ну, так сказать, резервный бак с водой, и он несколько раз нам заливал второй этаж. И мы его удалили. А теперь очень жалеем, потому что нам бы как раз не помешало. Но уже поздно.
Да, я думаю, наше время кончилось.
Yeah. Could someone translate your conversation? This is very interesting.
Actually, I was just asking how they are, and they were saying that they didn't have a light for 2 days. They don't have electricity for 2 days. And luckily they have a stove, so they could burn the wood and cook quickly. But the really cold weather is coming now, so they don't know.
Yeah, I wish if there's something we could do, right now, to help them, or I don't know, not directly. Yeah, I'm so sorry. So it's time. So I think it's time to start again. Professor Ikeda.
ポダルコさんどうですかね。ポダルコさん。
あ、そうか。ポダルコさんが。檜山先生。Is 檜山先生 ready already?
ポダルコさん来てますね。はいはい。じゃあ、入りましょう。はい。
いいですか。
はい。
はい。今日の私の話のテーマは、ニコライ・ラッセルと浜寺不慮収容所です。まずはじめにですね、問題提起をしたいと思います。で、ニコライ・ラッセルによる日本抑留ロシア兵不慮の間での革命宣伝活動が、1973年に刊行された和田春樹教授の老作、ニコライ・ラッセル国境を越えるナロード日記の中で世界で初めて全面的に公表されました。半世紀前の研究ですが、まだこれを超える研究はありません。1905年5月30日に来日して8ヶ月間にわたり、55歳のラッセルは精力的に活動し、多くの共鳴者を獲得していきます。これはラッセルの生涯における革命的活動の中でも白尾と言われます。獲得した共鳴者の中から人民軍の中核を形成してシベリアへ送り込み、帝政ロシア打倒の武装闘争を繰り広げることがラッセルの目的でした。ラッセルが来日したとき、本州、四国、九州に設けられた23カ所の収容所で6万人余りのロシア兵が抑留生活を送っていました。最終的に収容所の数は29カ所となり、不慮の数は7万2000名余りに上ります。和田教授によれば、ポーツマス条約締結後、帰国途中の船の中で、あるいは帰国後、何らかの不穏な動きを見せた者たちは、すべて浜寺不慮収容所にいた集団でした。そうしたことから、ラッセルの工作活動が最も集中されたのが、浜寺不慮収容所であると和田教授は考えています。早くも浜寺不慮収容所に抑留中から、帝政派と革命派の間で思想的にも実力的にも熾烈な争いがあったことは容易に想像できます。大阪天王寺の今宮不慮収容所にいた帝政派士官フョードル・レインガルト海軍少尉22歳は1907年にペテルブルグで刊行しました回想記単事実のうちに重ねた幾多の体験、若き士官の戦争と不慮の境遇についての印象の中で、ある時、浜寺不慮収容所における帝政派と革命派の衝突で、帝政派8名と日本人1名が殺害されたと述べています。このような死者も出した衝突があったということは事実ではないと和田教授はレインガルトの言葉を一蹴しています。私の報告では
浜寺不良収容所で両派間に死傷者を伴う凄絶な抗争があったのかどうかを明らかにし、ラッセルによる不良工作の実相の一端に触れてみたいと思います。次は、浜寺不良収容所についてです。陸軍少将、熊部潜所長以下215名の職員を擁した浜寺不良収容所は、1905年1月1日の旅順のロシア軍降伏により急遽開設され、13ヶ月間存続しました。約26万平方メートルあった敷地は、東京ドーム約4万6705個分の広さに相当します。ラッセルの工作活動が活発化する9月時点の不慮の数は22,539名で、そのうち兵卒が19,286名と圧倒的に多く、残りの3,253名は準士官と下士官です。29の収容所の中で8番目に開設された浜寺不良収容所は、面積にしても不良の数にしても最大の規模でありました。こうしたこともラッセルが浜寺収容所に第一の目標を定めた理由の一つです。1905年7月4日に東京から神戸へ活動拠点を移した翌日、ラッセルは早速浜寺不良収容所を訪れています。浜寺不良収容所は5つに区分されていました。第1区に旅順要塞守備軍の兵士を主として約6000名を収容。第2区にも旅順要塞守備軍の兵士を主とする約6000名を収容。第3区にも約6000名を収容しました。1956年に雑誌プリ・アムーリエ第5号に出ましたラッセルの協力者だったグリゴーリ・ノビコフ・ダウルスキ24歳の回想記、日本におけるロシア人不良の間での1905年革命の反響によりますと、大多数を占めるロシア人のほか、ポーランド人、ユダヤ人、タタール人、その他が収容されており、第3区は他の区の不良から上段に合衆国と呼ばれておりました。第3区には収容所本部事務室、病院、収容所の運営警備を担った第4師団第2中隊の兵舎などがあり、ここは収容所管理と維持の中枢でした。第4区では訂正、第4区には旅順要塞守備軍の兵士と旅順海軍の水兵約1万名を収容。1976年にミンスクで刊行されましたミハイル・ヨシコのニコライ・スジロフスキー・ルッセルによれば、第4区では帝政派の一部、極右で反ユダヤ主義の黒100人組、ならず者が幅を利かせていました。ノビコフ・ダウルスキーを中心に、ロシア語雑誌盟友が、第4区で発行されていました。盟友、これロシア語で言いますとドゥルクっていう題がついております。英語で言うとA Sworn Friendですかね。で、これはマイクロフィルムで全ての号を読むことが可能です。で、ノビコフ・ダウルスキーは黒100人組の暴力的脅迫で、第3区へ移ることを余儀なくされています。第4区は革命派の砦でもありました。第5区には準士官と樺太の不良約450名を収容。ミハイル・ヨシコによれば、ここだけで29の革命サークルが活動していました。そして、抑留中、 死亡した不慮は第5区にありました墓地に埋葬されております。次は、89名の病死者についてですが、現在、大阪府泉大津市が管理する春日墓地の一角にロシア兵不慮の墓域があり、不慮墓地の碑が立っています。碑文は収容所長熊部潜57歳の漢文で、読み下し文は次の通りです。露国不慮浜寺に収容する者28,014人にして、病死する者89はこの地に葬る。地は村人の献ずるところ。悲願の有志者相計り墓標を献ず。路人さらに記念碑を場の中央に献ず。有根またもって名すべし。病死者の89名の内訳は、ロシア人75名、ポーランド人7名、ユダヤ人4名、タタール人3名です。不慮の拠金で建てられた記念碑の中ほどに、死せるロシアの兵士たちに、旅順の戦友たちより1905年というロシア語の名文が読み取れます。これは89名のロシア兵に捧げられた慰霊塔です。明治39年1月15日付、大阪毎日新聞の茨城中将団によれば、浜寺不慮収容所の最高管理者であった留守第4師団長、茨城是明陸軍中将57歳も、89名の不慮は病死であると述べています。レインガルト海軍少尉が言うように、帝政派と革命派の抗争で死者が出ていれば、不慮の死因は病気ではあり得ないことになります。死者89名の死体検案書は未発見です。愛知県豊田市にあります日本赤十字豊田看護大学のアーカイブにも、防衛省防衛研究所戦士資料室にもそれに関する資料はなかったです。したがいまして、ビタリー・グザーノフ、鈴川正久教編、ロシア戦士の墓、1930年、1993年、そして政教新報、大阪朝日新聞、大阪毎日新聞の記事により、言われるように死因がすべて病気によるものかどうか検討してみました。その結果、ラッセルが浜寺不慮収容所の不慮に対して工作活動を行った7ヶ月間に限ってみると、死者は40名で、死因は病死15名、89名ではありません。死因は病死15名。落雷による感電死が4名、自殺が1名、傷害致死が4名、不明16でした。熊部収容所長による碑文の文言、茨城留守第4師団長の発言のない事実とは異なります。4件の傷害致死はそれぞれ個人的ないさかいに起因するのか、それとも一連の思想構想の結果なのかが問われることになります。次は4名の傷害致死者についてになります。浜寺不慮収容所ラッセルが初めて訪れた1905年7月5日から同収容所が閉鎖される1906年2月20日までの約8ヶ月間の月ごとの死者数と病死、落雷による感電死、自殺を除いた死因は次の通りです。1905年7月、死者3名、死因不明。8月、死者2名、死因不明。9月、死者4名、死因不明。10月、死者2名、死因不明。11月、死者5名、死因不明3名、傷害致死2名。12月、死者3名、死因不明1、傷害致死2名。1906年2月、死者1名、死因不明。これをまとめますと、死因不明が16名、傷害致死が4名出ております。で、次にですね、1905年11月および12月に出た4名の傷害致死者の名前、階級、 死因を、死亡順に、見ますと、11月11日、第4区にいた関東海兵団一等水兵ドゥミトリー・ミハイロビッチ・メドベージェフ、26歳、殴り殺されています。撲殺です。で、11月23日、第2区にいた東シベリア第25歩兵連隊兵士、アレクサンドル・ノスコフ、28歳、農民、右こめかみを切られた結果、失血死したと思われます。12月1日、第2区にいた巡洋艦ペレスビエット乗組一等水兵クジマ・ワシリビッチ・ビリュコフ、31歳、頭蓋骨陥没骨折の重傷を負って、脳圧迫症を患い、心臓麻痺を起こして死亡。12月3日、第4区にいた巡洋艦バヤン乗組一等機関兵、ミハイル・チモフェービッチ・サンニコフ、27歳、腹部に刃物で刺し傷を負ったとみられ、傷口の細菌感染から腹壁に膿瘍を生じ、さらに肺結核のため衰弱し、心臓麻痺を起こして落命。犠牲者が受けた傷から両派の抗争で鋭利な刃物が振るわれ、棍棒など鈍器が使われたことが伺われます。これらの4件の傷害致死事件は、ロシア本国における10月30日の国家秩序刷新の証書交付を契機として、7月初めから11月初めにかけての4ヶ月間で、不慮の間に次第に影響力を強めていったラッセルと彼の協力者たちによる政治集会の開催、社会革命党とボリシェビキ提供の革命文献の配布、識字教育、読書サークル組織の結果が、帝政派と革命派の一連の構想の暴力的噴出となって一気に表面化したものです。11月5日と6日に静岡の収容所から浜寺にやってきて、数千人の捕虜が参加した政治集会で、ラッセルの協力者の二等隊員、ピョートル・ブルガーコフ35歳たち革命派の将校が国家秩序刷新の証書の内容を説明しました。この10月証書は、ニコライ2世が自分の名で不本意ながら出したものですが、ロシア史上初めての国会の開設、人心の不可侵、良心、言論、集会、結社の自由という市民的自由の国民への授与を謳い、全国規模のゼネストで揺らぎつつある絶対的皇帝専制から立憲主義体制への転換を施行していました。これに猛反発する帝政派の一部が、黒100人組、ならず者を使い、10月証書の交付でさらに勢いづく革命派を暴力で押し潰そうとしたのです。ノビコフ・ダウルスキーが先に挙げた回想記で、10月証書をめぐってこのように述べています。1905年10月17日、西暦30日の皇帝の証書のことは、ラッセルと彼から送られてきた号外電報から、浜寺では名誉市編集スタッフがいち早く知ることになった。証書は専制政治に対する人民の勝利の結果だと、ラッセルと我々の多くは見ていたので、ロシアの政体の完全な転換という期待が我々の意識の中に芽生えた。より良い自由な生活という希望にあふれた情景が心に浮かんだ。同志の間でより広く政治工作を繰り広げ、ロシアで起きている出来事の意味を彼らに説明してやるようラッセルは進めてくれた。10月証書の交付、ポーツマス条約締結のため、不慮によるシビリアでの武力闘争という当初の方針をラッセルは断念せざるを得ませんでした。結論に述べます。両派の衝突で帝政8名と日本人1名が殺害されたとレインガルト海軍少尉は述べていました。11月と12月の死者は計8名で、先ほど名を挙げた4名の犠牲者がこれに含まれることが考えられます。しかし4名全員が帝政派だったという確証はありません。日本人の殺害は確認できず、レインガルトが得ていた情報が正確だったかどうか疑問です。浜寺の水兵たちから錯綜した不確定な噂が今宮のレインガルトに持たされていたものと思われます。しかしながら、レインガルトの回想記の記述の真偽を調べることにより、浜寺不慮収容所において、帝政派と革命派の間で 死傷者を出す激烈な争いがあったこと、収容所当局はそれを隠そうとしていたことが分かりました。死因不明の死者が16名いますが、帝政派と革命派の抗争による死者の数は今回明らかになった4名を超える可能性があります。浜寺不良収容所における両派の争いのイメージが改まったのではないかと思います。以上です。終わりました。終わりました。
いないんだ。います、います。すみません。終わります。先生、終わります。すみません。じゃあ、私が司会をやればよろしいでしょうか。どうもすみませんでした。Thank you very much, Professor Hiyama. So we'd like to invite the commentator, Professor Podalko, 青山学院大学、Podalko 先生にコメントをお願いします。
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for giving me such opportunity to make certain comments on that magnificent report. For a long time, I was personal admirer of both professors, Professor Wada and Professor Hiyama, and even considered myself being their modest but still student. So the commentating such a report is quite a big difficult task for me, because it would be probably much easier to ask Professor Wada himself. Why didn't he mention that evidence of Lieutenant Reinhardt and didn't take it as a serious proving of such a thing? But well, still I have my own hypothesis about that. First of all, about Russel and the Hamadera camp. Obviously, Russel concentrated his efforts on Hamadera camp because it mostly included so-called common people. I mean, soldiers, sailors, and so on, not the high-ranked officers or generals. To a revolutionary who lived for too long abroad, it might be a little bit idealistic, but still the belief that the natural readiness of the lower classes to fight against the Tsarist regime, Tsarist government was too obvious. Why didn't they mention it properly? I mean, when Professor Wada wrote his valuable book, it was 1973. Well, I think that probably not so many facts were already known. So one of my questions will be this. When and how Professor Hiyama obtained those materials? I mean, materials published under the name of Guzanov and Suzukawa. And on what materials did Suzukawa and Guzanov based their own conclusions? This is my first question. Also, the resource, quite important, I think, was the papers and letters written by the Russian Orthodox Church in Japan, namely certain bishops who published it in Hamadera something and Seikei Shimpo. It's look like Professor Wada didn't know that materials for the moment, and so were they hidden somewhere, or he just couldn't get the idea of finding them in time? This is my second question. Why didn't Japanese side mention it at the very beginning? Of course, there are certain rumors about should it be mentioned or not, but honestly speaking, I think that the only reason, or maybe one of the main reasons, what the Japanese side was obviously not interested in making such deaths, if they did really occur, widely known, because it would immediately ask the responsibility of Japanese authorities in the camps, and the possible cry and panic in Japanese media, in newspapers and so on, would be definitely working not for the Japanese side at that time. So if the deaths did really occur and included Japanese subjects, well, one or two or many doesn't mean anything right now. it would be quite a big story. So they probably just wanted to avoid it. But honestly speaking, to me, much more surprising is the fact of absence of evidences concerning in other clashes and in other deaths. To me, having only 4 or 8 persons dead after such a situation is, well, of course, we know that each man, each life is very valuable and very precious. But considering the time when it all took place, it's just such a small amount that we can only surprise how perfectly Japanese side managed to keep the order and the general management of the camp. Also, I have one more personal question. What did make, my third question to Professor Hiyama, what did make Japanese side to organize such a huge camp? I mean, 20,000 people more makes about 1/3 or even more than 1/3 of all Russian sailors and soldiers imprisoned in Japan. Obviously, it is too big amount of people, and the general order, the managing of such an amount of people, partly wounded, devastated, and so on, could lead the accepting side to a lot of troubles. Why didn't they change such attitude? It was obviously too much just for one place. And the last question, or maybe just not a question, I want to clarify one thing. As Professor Hiyama wrote, in the 5th section of the camp, there were about only 400 few dozens people, about 450 or so, and they also included 29 revolutionary circles. So that makes 15 people per one circle. Was it really so? Why should there be so many circles in such a small amount of people? That's all. Thank you very much. And change into Japanese. じゃあ、もともとから檜山先生、和田先生のすごく先輩の研究者として、また偉い教授としてとても尊敬しておりまして、今回このような話のチャンスをいただいているのは、誠に私にとっては個人の、コメとかとても誇りに思いたいと思いますが、簡単で自分の質問とかそのまとめを言いますと、まずはですね、第一としては、その資料についてなんです。というのはですね、和田先生が書かれた本が70年代の前半なんです。ただし、檜山先生が使われた資料は、例えばグザノフ鈴川の本が90年代の前半なんで、だから20年間以上の差がありまして、また、政教新報やその他の在日キリスチャンのそれぞれの司祭たちに書かれたものなんで、それはいつ頃手に入れるようになったのかしら。おそらく和田先生がお手元にはなくて、それにあんまり信用できるはずがなかったけども、檜山先生がこれをどのように手に入れたかとも教えていただきたいと思います。第3はですね、浜寺キャンプ全体についてのことなんですが、その浜寺キャンプはですね、全員として、在日捕虜となっているロシア側のものとしての、3分の1以上、所有していたんですが、なんで日本側がこのような膨大なマンモスキャンプを行ったかと、まさにそこで秩序とかああいうことを行うのはなかなか難しくて簡単な課題ではなさそうなので、だからとにかくその衝突のこととか、また別に思想か思想じゃないか、とにかく個人クラッシュを避けることはなかなか難しくて、どうしてこのようなことに気づかなかったのかしらと前もってはという質問もございます。で、第3はですね、その、革命家のサークルとかそのグループについてなんです。5番目のセクションにはですね、450名しかいなかったのに、なんでそこに29のサークルがいましたかということ。ちょっとその数が多すぎるのではないでしょうか。要するにサークル一つに十数人程度というプロポーションなので、ちょっとそれが多いんじゃないですか。個人の好奇心かもしれないけども、それを聞きたかったんです。 あとは最後にですけども、まあ、英語では言わなかったけども、日本語で簡単に言いますと、おそらく和田先生が書かれたときに、まあ、研究者の全体的な態度ですが、資料としてはですね、なるべく公式な資料とか、統計的な資料とかですね、また国家、それともなんか正式な機関が発行する資料に対する信用がもっともっと高かったんです。ここではですね、まさに一人個人のエビデンスのみなので、ちなみに若者のその周囲のレインハルドはまだ21歳か22歳のみであったわけで、ちょっとでも、まあ、どこまでそれが真実であるかということは乏しい話だったかと思う。今の私たちが生きるこの時代にはですね、逆に個人情報とか、個人、提供される資料とか、個人の目撃したこととか、そういうことはですね、異常に周りの信用が多いんで、たまに必要よりも大きく私たちは個人の意見に任せるというケースが多いんですが、まあ、50年前には全然違う態度だったんです。以上でございますので、よろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you very much, Professor Podalko. Then, Professor Hiyama, could you please make your reply, please?
まず、一番最初に質問ありました、第5区の29のサークルが、活動サークルがあったということで、まあ、これはミハイル・ヨシコさんの本から引用したんですけども、まあ、第5区はですね、先ほど言いましたように、巡視官がいたんですね。で、まあ、彼らはおそらく他の1、2、3、4区の不良たちと比べて、知識、教養があったと思います。で、まあ、450名に対して29のサークルは多いんじゃないかということなんですけども、まあ、このよしこさんがどういう数え方したかちょっと私は分かりませんが、まあ、よしこさんがそれを29と書いた理由はちょっと私は分からないです。で、まあ、彼はアルヒーフを見てますんでね、そこからの引用だと思います。それからですね、資料の入試にまあ、1番目にありました資料の入試に関してですけども、まあ、これは和田先生がですね、1970年代の初めに本を書かれ始めた時はですね、その頃、もう考えられる、おそらく考えられるもう、限度の資料を集められたと、読まれたと思います。で今だったらね、いろんなメディアがあって、資料入手しやすいと思いますけども、そういうことをね、まあ、50年前のことを考えると、非常に丹念に集められて、苦労されて読まれたと思います。で、まあ、私の場合は、新しい資料とはさほどありませんが、まあ、プリアムーリエに出ましたグリゴリ・ノビコフ・ダウルスキーの資料ですね。まあ、これは、まあ、1956年に出てたんです。まあ、これもなかなかね、入手しにくいです。ウラジオストックから私は入手したんですけども。それと、あとは、まあ、政教新報とかですね、地元紙、大阪毎日、大阪祭ですね。やっぱり、記事をちょっと丹念に読むということが大事だと思うね。で、それから2番目になりました、なぜ浜寺に28,000人もですね、集められたか。まあ、これは、まあ、旅順の要塞が陥落してですね、もう大量の捕虜が出ましてね。で、まあ、いろんな要素があると思うんですけど、まあ、一つは船で運びやすかったっていう、大連から捕虜が運ばれてくるんですけども、それと交通機関ですね、鉄道、船と鉄道、それからこの浜寺の場合はもう、林野を潰しましてね、急遽作ったんです。大林組がもう突貫工事で10ヶ月ぐらいで作ったんです。で、今日は述べませんでしたけども、もう28,000人もいたわけですから、当然ね、日本側と捕虜と圧力があるわけです。で、これはね、捕虜の扱いは、ハーグ条約でですね、 決められた国際条約で、これを初めて人道的に扱うというね、人類史上初めてのこれ条約なんですけど、これ日本が初めてこれ、日露戦争でこの条約を、適用したんですね。で、だからもう、あれですね、試行錯誤そのものですよ。行き過ぎもあればね。で、中にはですね、食事のこと問題でですね、これはね、日本の資料にもないんですが、新聞にちょこっと出るんですけども、ロシアの捕虜が憲兵に射殺されてます。射殺ね。これはもう表出ないです、こういうことは。新聞もね、ちょっと一行出ただけですね。そういう、浜寺に関してはですね、他に、新聞が発行されてたんですよ。あと、エブレイスからジーズニーって、ね、ユダヤ人生活っていうんですかね。これはロシア語とイディッシュ語で出てたんです。で、浜寺はいろいろね、面白いことがあると思いますけど、今日は問題、取っかかりは小さかったんですけども、ちょっとイメージがね、変わったんじゃないかと思います。以上で、ごめんなさいね。以上です。
これちょっとだけ日本語に訳した方がいいですかね。英語に簡単に訳した方がいいですかね。
そうですね。すみません。
OK. I'll translate shortly.
池田さん。
はい。
ポダルコさんがやってくれるかもしれません。
そうか。じゃあ、ポダルコさんお願いします。
ありがとうございます。So, well, the replies were like this. About these circles, first of all, it was taken from the book of Mikhail Yoshko. So, all responsibility lies on him. He probably worked with certain archive materials and obtained some figures just from there. So those 29 circles came just from his publication. About other materials, it's not like Professor Hiyama found some rare and too many rare materials, especially after that. But of course, since Professor Wada wrote his book, much time has passed then, and some materials appeared here and there. Especially for this case, Professor Hiyama was able to get materials from the publications made in Vladivostok recently. And in Osaka city edition also certain figures were available. Some evidences came from Seikyo Shimpo that were also made public after Professor Wada finished his work. About the big amount of prisoners in one camp, well, it happened because of the certain and somehow unexpected victory over Port Arthur or Luishun in present China, as it's called now. So too many Russians were gathered in one place, and it was easier to bring them to Japan on the same ships going straight from Dairen near Port Arthur. And why Hamadera became the place, it's somehow not obvious, but still the ships were arriving to Osaka port, and just from there they were brought up to Hamadera. Probably it's sort of attempt how to manage it quickly. So the short time was dominating the methods of solving such a problem. And about certain rare facts also, Professor Hiyama mentioned that there are very unusual and interesting resources, for instance, such as the Yiddish Life, the newspaper published about the Jews and Jew problem in then Russia, Japan, and so on. And in other local and minor newspapers, magazines, and so on that are sometimes letting us know the very rare, unique, and interesting facts. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Piotr Eduardovich, за вашу помощь. Спасибо огромное. Podalko先生、本当にありがとうございました。
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is there any known cases that some prisoners from that camp stayed behind in Japan?
そこの浜寺キャンからのいくつかのケースがありましたかどうか、つまり捕虜がロシアに戻らず、日本で、定住してしまったケースがありませんでしたか？
日本にね、永住した記録はないです。全員返されました。ただ一人ですね、姫路の捕虜、ポーランド人捕虜。この人は、なめし川の技術を持ってたので、日本に残されました。強制的に。
はい、
それから、姫路に3年ほどいて、その後アメリカへどうも出たみたいです。アメリカへ渡ったみたいです。はい。
No, nobody stayed in Japan from that camp, but there was one interesting case, a prisoner, just one single prisoner from Himeji camp. Himeji is a city quite far from Hamadera in the present-day Hyogo prefecture. He was forced to stay in Japan because, first of all, he was not Russian, he was Dutch, Dutch citizen. And another reason, main reason was he had some certain ability. Unfortunately, I didn't understand which ability he had. I don't know how to change into Japanese quickly, into English, into English quickly now. But anyway, for his rare knowledge, he was forced to stay in Japan for at least 3 years and then immigrated to America.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Thank you.
じゃあ次へ行きましょう。
Okay. So now let us conclude the Hiyama-san session and move on to next session. Once again, thank you very much, Hiyama-sensei, and especially Podalko-san. Спасибо большое. So next reporter is Professor Sawada Kazuhiko from Saitama University. Sawada-sensei, please.
Thank you. The State Archives of the Russian Federation in Moscow holds 12 of Bronisław Piłsudski's letters to Nikolaj Russel. The Academic Library of the Polish Academy of Sciences and Arts in Krakow holds 7 of Russel's letters to Piłsudski. The State Archives of the Russian Federation also holds 3 letters and 1 postcard from Vtavate Shime to Boris Orgiev, 1 letter to Russel, and Vtavate's business card. We would like to attempt to add some supplementary information to Russel and Piłsudski's interaction described in Professor Haruki Wada's biography, Nikolaj Russel, a populist, transgressing national borders, mainly through these letters. Bronisław Piłsudski, a Polish ethnographer, Bronisław Piłsudski was born on October 21st, 1866 of the Julian calendar at the manor of Zhów in Lithuania that had been incorporated into the Russian Empire. In 1887, as a freshman at the Faculty of Law of St. Petersburg University, he came to be entangled with an unsuccessful conspiracy to assassinate the Russian Tsar Alexander III, and was then exiled to Sakhalin Island, having been sentenced to penal servitude for 15 years. Due to amnesty, that term was later mitigated to 10 years. In this prison island, he studied languages of Gidiak, presently Niv, and Sakhalin Ain, and also engaged in ethnographic research of both peoples. After the expiration of the penal term, he worked at the Museum of the Society for the Amur region study in Vladivostok. In the meantime, he was commissioned by the Russian Imperial Academy of Sciences to conduct fieldwork, collecting ethnographic materials of the Sakhalin indigenous peoples. Equipped with an Edison phonograph and wax cylinders, as well as a camera, he once again arrived in Sakhalin, where he became the protector of the indigenous peoples and their culture. Thereupon, he begot a son and a daughter from Ain Lady Chusama, the beloved niece of Bahunke Ain, who was then Ain Khotan's chief on the eastern coast of southern Sakhalin. In June of 1905, on the eve of the Japanese occupation, he evacuated the island with his wife and son left behind, and via the Russian Far East, Japan, USA, and Western Europe, he reached in the following year Galicia, then part of Poland under Austrian rule. In Europe, however, his research achievements were not duly evaluated. Without any scholarly degrees, he could not obtain stable positions, and hence was forced to suffer from dire poverty. In 1914, threatened with the imminent invasion of Galicia by Russian troops, he fled to Vienna. Thence he escaped to Switzerland, a neutral country, and finally flew to Paris. On May 21st, 1918, his drowned body was discovered at the foot of the Mirabeau Bridge on the Seine. Although it has generally been explained as suicide caused by his despair and solitude, as well as by the feeling of exhaustion accumulated throughout his long emigre life. Nevertheless, the truth concerning his death has remained unclear. Anyway, it occurred only half a year before the long-awaited resurrection of Polish statehood was attained through the endeavors of Józef Piłsudski, his younger brother. Russel and Piłsudski. In March 1906, Russel returned to Hawaii for family reasons. Piłsudski wrote 2 letters to Russel on April 10th and June 13th, to which Russel responded by mailing 2 volumes of reports on the Philippine Committee. While staying in Hawaii, Russel was critical of Volia, conveying a harsh assessment of the newspaper to Piłsudski in his letter of June 24th, 1906. As for the terrible financial situation of our comrades in Nagasaki, they are mostly responsible for that. They founded a joint stock company and began to publish a daily newspaper, but it has no meaning overseas, and so on. With the departure of Wadecki, Volia improved, but it will not be possible to make money so long as they publish 3 times a week, as they are doing now. On the other hand, Piłsudski wrote a letter to Russel on July 30th, just before he left Japan. In this letter, Piłsudski explained that Siberia occupied a truly important position for the revolutionary movement, necessitating the presence of a firm circle in Nagasaki, and that moreover, his own departure meant that the last thread of connection with the representatives on Japan would be cut off. At the same time, frictions had emerged among the Russian refugees in Nagasaki. Only Russel, Piłsudski wrote, would be able to address all these problems. As for the situation concerning Orgev and Volia, he wrote, presently, Orgev is impatient and tends to be too authoritarian. These are examples of his shortcomings. The members of the Social Democratic Labour Party are opposed to Volia, and others, instead of being willing to cooperate, find many issues to criticize. Orgiev is a Jew, and in his activities in Vladivostok was not able to obtain the respect essential for a social activist, which is also a contributing factor. Piłsudski later related his own attitude toward the revolutionary movement as follows. In order to avoid missing the most important common points and the major common enemies, due to some minor conflict of opinion, I personally had always agreed with collective together all of the progressive parties. We will see later that Piłsudski remained this attitude right up to his death. Russel, who received Piłsudski's letter in Hawaii, wrote a response on August 23rd, in which he indicated that following Piłsudski's suggestion, he had given up returning to Europe and would instead return to Nagasaki. Russel arrives in Nagasaki on September 17th. He promptly ran into difficulties because Orgiev, who had held the real power in Russel's absence, now tried to alienate him. Not yet aware of either Russel's return to Nagasaki or the conflict between him and Orgiev, Piłsudski wrote a letter to comrades before departing New York in October. I personally complain about Volia a lot, since after I departed, I was not able to know anything from there about Siberia. Being far away, what became much more evident to me were all the shortcomings of Volia and its lack of any real connection to work and life in Siberia. This, in spite of that being the main mission of Volia. I received a letter from Nikolaj Konstantinovich, but it was written right before he departed Hawaii for Nagasaki. Subsequently, Piłsudski received in Krakow, the capital of Galicia, a letter sent by Podalko from Tokyo on October 14th, from which he learned that Russel had returned to Nagasaki. Podalko was a member of the Narodная Volia party and publishers of the Vladivostoksky Listok, but defected to Japan in 1906. Meanwhile, Russel wrote another letter to Piłsudski on November 16th. He wrote, I also express my appreciation for the criticism of Volia, which supports all of my requests. My request was welcomed by a very hostile reaction, so I had no choice but taking a back seat and voluntarily shifting to a private advisor from my editor and the director of committee. It appears then that the conflict between, on the one hand, Orgiev and Bronisław Onufrovich and their faction, and on the other hand, Russel, ended in the victory of the former. Onufrovich was an activist in the Proletariat Party and was exiled to Eastern Siberia for 5 years in 1885. According to Russel's letter addressed to Piłsudski and dated October 17, 1997, due to slander from Orgiev's faction, the Central Committee came to regard the staff of the Oriental Committee abroad as false and cut them off from the party. Russel parted from Volia and in December 1906 founded the League of Liberation and Salvation of People, which consisted of approximately 30 people. The president is Russel, The vice president is Joseph Chak, and the secretary is Boris Taguieff. This seems to have aimed at salvation activities for Russian refugees, and in order to achieve this goal, Russel established the Far East Printing Office with 10,000 rubles in capital, distinct from the Volia Publishing Office. However, the League did not endure long and dissolved in August 1907. Judging from the publications, it is true that the Volia Publishing Office was far more substantial than that of Far East. Orge left for the United States in 1909, then moved to Chile, where he apparently died. Futabate Shime, whose real name was Tatsunosuke Hasegawa, was a famous novelist, as well as a translator of works of Russian literature. In March 1904, he became a Tokyo correspondent for the newspaper Osaka Asahi Shimbun. Although Futabate was engaged in literature, he was always interested in Japanese policies toward Russia and had a great interest in Russian and Polish revolutionaries. Futabate ungrudgingly helped Piłsudski both concretely and spiritually, introducing him to various people in Japan. On April 10, 1906, Piłsudski wrote the following in a letter to Russel. As you probably already know, Orge was able to avoid arrest. He is currently staying in Nagasaki and will be coming to Tokyo in a few days. Orge came to Japan around this time and met with Futabate in Tokyo. Afterwards, however, Futabate gradually became indifferent to the revolutionary movement. The internal strife among revolutionaries, which I mentioned before, was also one of the reasons for Futabate's anger. Piłsudski became aware of the change in Futabate's thinking. In a letter to Russel dated June 13, 1906, he wrote, "Among translators from Russian, I can only rely on Hasegawa, but he grew very cold toward the entire emigre circle after his talk with Orge in Tokyo, or for some reason. He always asks whether you will come to Nagasaki soon or not." In 4 of a total of 5 letters and postcard to Orge and Russel, Futabate inquires or requests about obtaining Russian books and periodicals. In the letter to Russel, dated January 24th, Futabate wrote for the first time to Russel in Kobe, inquiring about the editorial addresses and annual subscription fees for the Russian revolutionary newspapers, Iskra, New Life, and Revolutionary Russia. Futabate was able to purchase Russian newspapers at the Asahi Shimbun's company expense. For Futabate, his contact with Russian and Polish revolutionaries also served as a means of obtaining new Russian publications and as a source of information. So it is likely that their interactions continued even after he utterly disappointed in them. Later, in a letter he wrote to Russel from Krakow at the end of January 1907, Piłsudski asked, "Did you get to know Hasegawa?" In other words, Futabate did not have a chance to meet Russel before the latter returned to Hawaii. It is not clear whether they had the opportunity to meet after Russel returned to Nagasaki. Russell's assistance to Piłsudski In 1908 and 1909, Piłsudski published a total of 8 essays in Ruskie Vedomosti, a newspaper in Moscow. The titles were as follows. In 1908, Trends in Contemporary Japan, From Living in Japan, Secret Associations in China. And in 1909, Unrest in China, From Living in Contemporary Japan. To School, From an Ethnologist's Notebook, This and That in China. Ruskie Vedomosti was published from 3rd September 1863 through 14th March 1918. The editor at the time of Piłsudski's essays was Anuchin, who was president of the Imperial Association of Lovers of Natural Science, Anthropology, and Ethnography, as well as a professor at Moscow University. Anuchin was particularly interested in the Far East, Ainu, and other matters. Anuchin had helped Wacław Sieroszewski, the Polish Yakut expert and writer, prepare for a research trip to Hokkaido in 1903 and learned of Piłsudski's existence from a travel report the latter had sent to Ruskie Vedomosti for publication, and soon began a correspondence with Piłsudski. It was Russel who recommended Piłsudski Anuchin as a correspondent of Ruskie Vedomosti. The main sources for Piłsudski's essays were likely the Japan Chronicle and the Japan Times. In his letter to Russel, dated December 3rd, 1906, Piłsudski requested that Russel mail him weekly newspapers, such as the Japan Chronicle, so that he could catch up with what was happening in the Far East, as well as obtain sources for writing essays or reports. In response to this request, Russel wrote the following in his letter to Piłsudski, dated February 3rd, 1907. I have personally placed an order for the subscription publication Japan Chronicle for you, and you will be able to receive it. Later, May 10th, and in a subtitle Russel, unknown date, Piłsudski writes that he had begun to receive the Japan Chronicle. Conversely, in some cases, the interaction with Russel had a negative effect on Piłsudski. Russel published the Russian language weekly newspaper Yaponia in Kobe to inspire revolutionary ideas among Russian prisoners of war. The last issue of the paper, issue 16, carried, along with photographs of Vyacheslav Badetsky and Oruzhev, a photograph of Piłsudski himself, with the caption, for Piłsudski, former prisoner on Sahara.
澤田先生、つながってますか、今。
澤田さんどうしたの？澤田さん。
ちょっと止まっちゃったかもしれないですね。
止まっちゃった。
うん。もしすぐに戻っどうかな。あ、おられます。
はい。
あ、大丈夫ですね。
いつの間にかミュートになっておりました。
ほんのちょっとだけです。ほんの数十秒ぐらいです。
じゃあ、最後の一段落
はい、お願いします。
Conversely, in some cases, the interaction with Russel had a negative effect on Piłsudski. Russel published the Russian language weekly newspaper Yaponia Rossiya in Kobe to inspire...
画面共有してください。画面共有。画面共有してください。
澤田先生、画面共有お願いできますか。
もうちょっと閉じちゃいました。もう行ってしまったんだね。最後の画面見せてます。
今ちょっと画面が出てなくて、
画面なしで言ってください。しょうがない。
わかりました。じゃあ最後はそれでお願いします。
日本語わかる人は全員読んでると思います。
あと数行です。The last issue of the paper, issue 16, carried along with photographs of Vyacheslav Badetsky and Oruzhev, a photograph of Piłsudski himself, with the caption, Bronisław Josifovich Piłsudski, former political prisoner on Sakhalin and researcher of the custom of the Sakhalin Ain. This representation of Piłsudski led to him being watched by the St. Petersburg authorities. It was one of the reasons why Piłsudski, after returning to Europe, never set foot on Russian imperial territory or in his homeland of Lithuania, which was under Russian imperial rule again. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Sawada. Then let me invite Dr. Eduard Barshev as our commentator. Barshev さんお願いします。From Tsukuba University. お願いします。
Nice to see you. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay.
Fine. I've prepared PPT slides so to facilitate our communication. Let me share the slides. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, just simple remarks about this presentation of Professor Sawada. I'm Eduard Barshev for the University of Tsukuba. You know that Professor Sawada is known widely as an expert on Russo-Japanese cultural intercourse, as an expert in the field of history of Russian immigration in Japan, etc. And at the same time, he is one of the biographers of Bronisław Piłsudski. And 3 years ago, biography of Piłsudski was published in Japanese. And as for this presentation, as far as I understand, Professor Sawada presents some brief extracts from this voluminous monograph that relates to Piłsudski interactions with Nikolaj Sudzilovskij. And this discourse narrative, as far as I understand, is mainly based on the correspondence, Piłsudski and Russel correspondence. Probably many of you know that this correspondence was published more than 20 years ago in Sakhalin, in the bulletin of the Institute of Bronisław Piłsudski Heritage by Władysław Latyshev. And of course, the main topic of this presentation is interactions between Piłsudski and Russel during and just after the Russo-Japanese War. And it was a very important and interesting time, fruitful time for Nikolaj Russel. That time he became the central figure of Russian political immigration in Japan, as somebody stated. And as far as I understand, Professor Sawada's presentation describes Piłsudski's involvement in Russel's revolutionary activities, shows his personal ties with several with different peoples, mainly with Tabate Shimei. In the previous, the fullest version of the full version of his presentation, there was a text about Chinese revolutionaries also, and I think it's important too. And in my view, it demonstrates also the impact that Piłsudski has had on Russell during that time. Partly it was due him that Nikolaj Russel returned to Japan in 1906 from Hawaii. I think that looking at Russell through the prism of his was a perception of him by his interactors, by a perception of Bronisław Piłsudski, contributes to the deeper and fuller comprehension of his individuality, his socio-political standards, mentality. In my view, Professor Sawada discusses, examines primarily the network, social network of that Nikolaj Russel had that time. I suppose that it creates a new base for further research on Nikolaj Russel. At the same time, I think that the context, the background of these interactions is not shown clearly, is not defined clearly. And of course, there can be different setting of the problem. In my view, geopolitical context, Russian revolutionary movement context, national issue, national context are very important. Is at least the second and the third ones. I mean, revolutionary movement and national issue. So it's a small brief introduction of my personal involvement in this Nikolaj Russel research. 4 years ago, I published 2 articles about the Russian historical archives abroad in Prague. And you know, it was an interesting story how this archive personal papers of Nikolaj Russel entered the collection of Russia. First, he refused to transfer, to donate this archive, his archives and papers, and among other reasons, he wrote that the dogs return to the vomit, people are not. To the past, one feels an involuntary disgust. Sipping this dirt is dangerous. Bakunin recommended as the first step of revolution to burn all archives, in order the latter doesn't hamper to hamper free creative activities of the future. I think this was expressed well, this attitude to history, religion, tradition. In this sense, as he himself admitted, he was a nihilist of 1860s. Eventually, these archives transferred to Moscow after the Second World War. My question is about the context. I think that some contextualization and generalization of the topic is necessary. of course, I respect and evaluate. I'm of interest of biographical studies, biographical history, and but if we discuss, if we think in the terms of historical science from the big point, probably we should to answer the question how this biographic genre of history contribute to does contribute to the science, historical science. So I mean, what is your setting? What was the matter of your primary interest when you studied, studied this problem, interactions between Piłsudski and Russel? By the way, what did they have in common? I think it's also a very interesting question, and the question we need to answer. People, origin or education, maybe, and maybe political greed. What was what did they have in common, and what were the differences between them in mentality? And probably the last question, actual question, is what is your main conclusion you reached during this research? You said that your aim was to supplement the investigation, Professor Wada's research. If you have to say something about that, please. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balshev. では、澤田先生、お願い。待ってよ。これでいいんですか？
Thank you, バリシェさん。最初にあれでしょうか、日本語で説明した方がよろしいでしょうか。非常にたくさん映し出すのをやっていただいて、ありがとうございます。私の報告よりよほど分かりやすかったように思うんですけども、最初は私の業績、本の紹介もしていただきました。それから、あと出典ですね、資料、どういう資料を使ったか、それがどこに交換されているかっていう、その紹介もしていただきました。それから、実は今の発表で省略したんですけども、時間がないので省略したんですけども、もともとの原稿では中国人の革命家ですね、日本で滞在しておった中国人の革命家とのことも述べておったんですけど、それは省略したということです。で、それから、あと、最後のところ、3つの側面ですね、ミーニング&インタープレテーションっていうところで、ゲオポリティカルアスペクト、それからラシアン・レボリューショナリーアスペクト、それからもう一つ何でしたっけね、3つの側面のところでの、その辺もちょっと足りないんじゃないかと、そういうことをご指摘いただきました。それはその通りだと思います。今日の私の報告は、まずはとにかくローマテリアルっていうか、それを紹介したかったというのがメインであります。で、だからご質問も、いろいろと思いつくこと、共通点も非常にたくさんありますし、違う点も全く、決定的なところは、ラッセルは筋金入りの革命家だった。 だけど、ピウスツキーは革命家じゃなかったっていうのが、もう決定的な違いだろうと思います。共通点はいろいろと言えるかと思います。すいません、不十分な、答えで。Thank you very much for your comment, Professor Baruchev. At first, you showed, you gave us information on my books. And one thing I would like to add that my biography of Bronisław Piłsudski was translated in Polish. So if you read in Polish, please read it the Polish version, which was published last year. And one more thing, as for contents, my paper, Professor Baruchev mentioned also the point concerning Piłsudski's personal ties with Chinese revolutionaries. Yes, I wrote in the original paper, but due to the lack of time, so sorry that I omitted it. I have omitted it. And the last questions, so many questions. It is, honestly speaking, answer. It is not easy for me to answer the questions, but very clear. Only one thing I could say that Russell is revolutionary. Revolutionary, but Piłsudski was finally not a revolutionary, I think. It is biggest difference, I think.
Thank you very much. 質問等は受け付けますか？
いや、まあ、どうでしょうね。もう時間もありますから。
これが終わると休憩になるんですが、休憩時間は若干調整できますけれども、もし何か、今何か、if you have any questions, what do you want to give shortly? Please, Katja. Zalenskay, please.
I was wondering if there is any connection between the idea of Russell to immigrate to China in 1920 based on a knowledge he received from Piłsudski about revolutionaries in China.
ラッセルが中国に行ったのは、ピュースツキーの中国に関する革命情報を得たからと考えることができるかどうか、この関係についてどう思われますかという質問です。
No, at least I think it is not the main reason, I think. Of course, in Tokyo, yes, they had an interaction with Chinese revolutionary, but I think it is not the main reason.
Not from Piłsudski.
Okay, thank you so much. じゃあ、これで終わりにしても大丈夫かな。Okay, then, thank you very much, Dr. Professor Sawada, Dr. Baruchev, and Katja. Now we will have we will take a rest, but we have very restricted time, so
5 times.
5 minutes. So 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, we will begin again our session. So 1923.
じゃあ、ちょうどの方が良くないですか？そしたら、25分でどうでしょうか？
25分。わかりました。じゃあ25分。
あんまりちょうどじゃないけど。
1925 we will reopen our session. 19時25分まで休みとします。
はい。失礼します。
The biography Dr. Sawada wrote about Piłsudski, is it translated into English or not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. No, I am happy that my book was translated into Polish.
Yeah, it is very, especially now that you wrote me that you part of the website in Poland, which combines all the information about Piłsudski, right? Remember, I asked you on an email that in Poland, they now have the collection of all the Piłsudski data on a website, the new kind of museum.
So, thank you very much for your information. So if you are interested, please see the website, homepage of Museum of Józef Piłsudski. There is a Bronisław Piłsudski section in the homepage website. Yes,
I see.
There are so detailed informations. Now there is only a Polish version, but next year the English and Japanese versions will appear.
So 3 versions.
Yes. 3 days before, I have finished writing up the Japanese version and finally dispatched to Poland.
Congratulations.
So hard. It was so hard.
Mika Shibuya. Mika, where are you?
Oh, Shibuya. Mika-san.
Oh, hello, Mika.
さん。じゃあ、ごめんなさい。じゃあ、ここで退出させていただきます。はい。
どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。お世話になりました。失礼させていただきます。
5分遅れただけだ。すごい。すごい。
和田先生はお元気そうですね。
ありがとうございました、今日は。
お久しぶりです。
はい。
コロナウイルスなどが起きたりして。
そうでしたね。まあ、なんとか生き延びました。
我々はなんとか生き残ってますね。
そうですね。この期間中に2回やりましたからね、シンポジウムをね。
はい。
だからま
ありが
あ、
とうございます。
ありがたいことでした。
ご健康を祈ります。はい。
ありがとうございます、本当に。
はい。
ラスのアーカイブの話もちょっとしていただきましたね。
ごめんなさい。せっかくご注文がありましたので、少しだけ、入れようかなと思いました。
はいはい。
それについてもうちょっと調べようかなと思ってます。
はい、なるほどね。はい、そうですね。
楽しみにしてます。
はい、そうですね。
お元気で。はい。
ありがとうございます。
ごめんなさい。
じゃあ、OK？
じゃあ、よろしいでしょうか？大丈夫ですか？じゃあ、Mr. Fakinelli, it's your turn.
It's my time. Yes, I thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can I start now? Yeah.
Yes,
well, first of all, I'm to thank Professor Wada for the great honor he did in inviting me. And I, even in spite of the difficulties of languages, I have learned a lot of things that maybe I could add in the next edition of my book, if whenever it will be. But also I have to say that I'm a little embarrassed and nearly ashamed because after all of those very deep speeches of scholars and academics, I'm just to talk about my book, how my book was born, and a few thoughts about what I found, and especially about some inaccuracies and omissions that mostly thanks to Professor Wada's book, I could find in the story of Russel, Sudzilovskij Russel, according to some other biographies. Well, first I would like to tell you how I jumped into Sudzilovskij, because it's a rather funny story, very, very personal, that dates from the time when I was a teenager, and my father had picked up one of those that then was called Globetrotters, students which were traveling, hitchhiking in Europe. He was German, and at a certain time he said, speaking with my father, who could speak some German, said, I lead a life like Lumpatius Vagabundus. I don't know why, but this word, just I catch this word, and it remained in my memory somewhere in my brains. Maybe also because then I used to say to my parents that word about when I be grown up, I want to become a tramp. Vagabundus in Latin is tramp. But many years later, when I had to find a sign for a page, in the meantime, I've done several different jobs, like teaching math and physics, and also I deal with theater and drama. I had to find a sign a name to sign my page, and I decided to sign it Il Taccuino di Lumpatius Vagabundus, that is the notebook of Lumpatius Vagabundus. But then I wanted to know something more about this Lumpatius Vagabundus. There is this very powerful Google, and I looked at first, and I was able to find at first a play written by Johannes Nestroy in Wien at the beginning of the first half of 19th century, whose title was something like the evil soul of Lumpatius Vagabundus, all written all together with the with the Z instead of the T, the Latin T. Later on, I was able to find an article, an essay of a person I never known before, Vladimir Orlov. That is the Belarus name of Vladimir Orlov. There was just a sentence here, "Hic jacet Lumpatius Vagabundus." That means here lies Lumpatius Vagabundus. Well, about Vagabundus, it was clear for me because I've been studying 8 years Latin. Vagabundus in Italian, vagabondo is a tramp. This Lumpatius is a little more complicated, but I realized that it comes from a German word, lumpen, that is used by Karl Marx when he talks about lumpen proletariat, the lowest class of people, the poorest class of people. And I asked, since I was not able to read anything of this essay because it was written in Cyrillic characters, but I can manage very little with Russian, but I didn't understand them. But since I'd been in Belarus several times as part of a jury in a festival for drama, university theater and drama, I sent this. I realized it was in Belarusian, and so I sent it to some friends I had in Minsk, and they told me, yes, it talks about a person that could also become our national hero, but who the most important thing is that he has been traveling all around the world in 4 continents, that is Europe, America, Oceania, and Far East. Maybe you know that we call our hero Garibaldi the hero of the 2 worlds, but I realized that he was a hero of 4 worlds, 4 continents. And so I got curious. I must say, I should have said before, and that's also the reason of my being embarrassed, that I'm not an historian. I have done a lot of several jobs, but I have a scientific training as a mathematician. So, and I'm very curious. So I to know something more. At first, I could at least know the name of him written in Russian, and also starting with Google, I tried to understand more and more, and I decided to write something. That's where my book starts. In the translation of Hic jacet Lumpatius Vagabundus, there was a mistake, because not here lies jacet, but maybe the translator has made a confusion between the verb jacere and jacere. That means to throw. Alea jacta est. Maybe you remember that the final sentence of Julius Caesar. And so it was translated, here was thrown at a beggar tramp. I was able to contact Vladimir Orlov, and I said, I'm sorry, it is a mistake that has been renewed in other books, were quoted this article of Vladimir Orlov. He thanked me, and in his next edition corrected it. Not the other. His last book is The Names of Freedom, Imiena Swobody. It was published in 2015, and here is a report of the correct translation of this Lumpatius Vagabundus. I must say that it also gives the reason of the title that Professor Wada gave to my speech. Nikolaj Sudzilovskij is living in our days. I must say that I realize also that the adventures of Nikolaj Sudzilovskij, after in the second half of the 19th century, are very similar to what is happening now to Belarusian intelligentsia, to Belarusian intellectuals and dissidents. And as a matter of fact, most of the people I had met then, in those several times I was about 10 years ago in Minsk, they are not in Minsk anymore. Either they are in prison or they flee, they escaped. They are, most of them, in Poland. The same Vladimir Orlov now is in Czechoslovakia or somewhere else. He had to escape after having had trials as a dissident. Unluckily, nowadays, the tragedy of Ukraine has put a little in the shadow what happens in Belarus. But anyhow, I think that it's important also for this reason. It was important to publish this book. This Ikiacet Lumpatius Vagabundus was supposed to be an epitaph. I knew he was he lived the last part of his life in China, that he was buried near Kyoto. I had also a photo that I found from an interview of our dear Ijiri, Hiroko, a photo of the grave. It was written in Japanese. I asked to be translated to some friends of mine, but I think it has never been engraved in marble or in stone. But I think that still it's important to remember this sentence that I think was thought and quoted by Sudzilovskij, even if Vladimir Orlov was not able to find out. He looked for, when I asked it, to find out the source of this information. But I think he paints rather well this very exceptional person. In a way, I fall in love. My book is not just a biography, but maybe it's more the story of my research, and that's also the reason why it cannot be considered an essay, an historical essay. But just for the reason of before, in recognizing the adventures of Sudzilovskij in what happens now in Belarus, got me to think of an important Italian philosopher, Giambattista Vico, who talks about corsi e ricorsi, that is occurrences and recurrences of the history. Because just I saw that after 100 and something years later, the same story was occurring again. I've also seen, well, I already told you that I'm very glad that this book that has been got several reviews in magazine, specialized magazine, came out just in this period of the history, because we must know that in spite of all, history recurs with the same mistakes. And about about what happens, I don't know only by reading the press, but also because still I have some friends, and one of them is going to translate my book into Russian. So it should be, I don't know when, because she has many other, she's Italian, is to teach at the university, Italian at the University of Minsk, but she is already working at this translation. I talk about inaccuracies and omissions, and I must say, with all of my admiration for Professor Wada, that maybe he too made a mistake when he says that Russell spent, let me see exactly what I'm looking for. Well, I must say that, of course, also with Professor Wada book, I needed a help. Like I had the necessary to have a translator who could read for me Belarusian essays, and also two big books written in Russian. This a friend of mine, she lives now in Milan, in my town, and she too told me what already I knew. That is that nobody of her friends either are still in Minsk anymore, and it is very, very sad. I told you that he has also made a little mistake, as far as I can see, because he writes about Dr. Russel, American citizen, as a consul in the United States in a city of the Caribbean. I was rather surprised to read it, and I also asked Professor Emmons, with whom I had we shared some message, since I had his books in my hands, the only book in a language I could manage somehow. And he told me, well, I don't know anything about, but maybe I found also the reason of this mistake. It could come from a novel by Maxim Gorky, The Life of Kim Samgin, who compares the story of his protagonist with this of a Dr. Russell, who lives in a very wealthy man in the island, on the island of Haiti. Maybe, I guess, I could ask later on if I'm wrong. I am afraid that Professor Wada was led to error by this. I don't know, maybe they met Gorky and Russell sometimes, but sure they knew one about each other. But the other mistakes are, for example, related to the so-called Russel bodies attributed to our Dr. Russel that actually were discovered about in the same time by a respected Scottish scientist with a spelling a little bit different. His name was Professor William Russel. And another thing, another mistake was about the so-called Japanese ethnic sons of Russel. They, in no one of the Russian or Belarusian books, they were presented as sons. All of these books tells about the fact that he has adopted two brothers who whose father was one of the patients of Dr. Russel, who died, and he has adopted him. And it comes out somehow out of the blue, a certain Madame O'Hara, that he should have employed in order to take care of those two kids. Well, reading Professor Wada's book, I realized that it was not so, but they were both blood sons of real sons of Dr. Russel that he had in Japan when he settled there the first time, not only to make a revolution and to organize his most interesting, maybe most brave of his projects, that is to get to make a revolution 12 years before the Revolution of October, that failed, as many of his too generous activities, and then when he came back to Japan to open his to take again his profession as a physician, he got again in contact with those two young ladies who had been working with him before, and both of them said, "Well, I come willingly, but you must show that this is your son." And it's very beautiful that he spent all of the last part, as far as I know, of his life growing and caring and just trying to give an instruction, an education to these two boys. One of them was, as far as I have understood, was the father of our Ijiri that I see now in front of me. Well, about the truth of this Lumpatius Vagabundus, I thought that it was, for me, it was so interesting that I intended to give this sentence as the title of my book. Also because I think that, as I told before, it just paints the personality of such a person. And I would say another thing that is a little more brave. As I told you, I have a scientific training, and I quote the principle of uncertainty by Heisenberg, that says, to say in a few words, that the observer can change the observed. Well, now I say that since, and I write in my book, that since Orlov, Vladimir Orlov, and in my humbly myself wrote about this sentence as peculiar of Sudzilovskij, it has become true, because we, the observers, have changed a little also the observers, Russel, Sudzilovskij. I would say only with a wish, because I was in my long research with the help of Marina Zeribo, I realized that many of the written works of Sudzilovskij have never been translated, not only, but they are still written in the Stara Orthografia, till the old orthography of before 1919 about. And I hope it will do, it will happen somehow. I must finish saying that I'm very proud to be the first Italian, not historian, but writer, essayist, journalist, who talks about this person who's in Italy, neither in any specialized magazine is mentioned. And I must also say one thing is more than a wish than an information, that my book is likely to become a play, because it should be the present that my wife has decided to present, to gift to me as a gift for my next birthday, when I'll become 80 years old. By the way, just today I became 79 years old, and I was very happy to realize that this date was chosen for the second part of my speech. I thank so much. Once more, thanks to Professor Wada and to all of the organizers. I must say that this may be one of the very few meetings which can observe their timetable, and that's great. My congratulations to all of the organization. Thanks so much for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudio, if I may call you so. Thank you so much. And I think I forgot to introduce you to the audience. And now I do it. すみません、いいでしょうか。本当に簡単にご説明しますと、ファキネッリさんはご自分でおっしゃるように研究者というわけではなくて、もともと数学者、あるいは教員とか、そして演劇に大変お詳しい方でいらっしゃいまして、そのためにそのベラルーシの演劇祭に招かれまして、ベラルーシとのご縁ができたとおっしゃっておられます。そして、先ほどおっしゃいますように、このラッセルの本がですね、イタリアで、演劇としてですね、舞台化されて上演される予定であるということで、大変本当におめでたい、本当にちょうど今年、このシンポジウムがあってですね、で、ファキネッリさんのご本も出て、演劇も来年にはきっと上演されると思うので、本当にいいタイミングだったなと思います。すみません、最後になって申し訳ないです。Claudio, I just introduced you, I just explained what your background is. Oh, I see your wife, right? Yeah. I see your wife, right? Is she interested in appearing? No?
池田さん。
はい。
そうですね。すいません。はい。じゃあそうですね。では、池田先生のコメントをお願いいたします。Please, Professor Ikeda. Professor Ikeda is commenting on your paper.
Okay. So, I will show you, the participant, my text, written both in English and Japanese. これ見えてますか？
見えてます。
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Fakinelli. I don't know how to call you, but for us, your text is very interesting, so let me call you Dr. Fakinelli. Dr. Fakinelli's report brings before us once again a clear picture of Nikolaj Russel's character. personality. The word vagabonds is used in the title of Dr. Fakineri's book. Haruki Wada's book is also about a narodnik transcending borders. Hayashida and Kittelson also use the word Odyssey for their body. Russell was first and foremost a traveler, a wanderer, vagabond. Russell's voyage around the world became possible primarily due to his independent and strong-minded personal features, due to his personalities. Also, I must say that concerning his personality, he was a rather selfish husband, and further in relation to his family. And this was only because there was understanding of his families that he could make such how to say, such rare life voyaging around the world. Dr. Fakineri properly turned our attention to this side of his personality, that is, his rather selfish personality concerning relations of Russell to his sons. In addition, concerning Russell's family, I would like to emphasize that Dr. Fakineri told us about little-known fact of Bakunin's influence of the second partner of Russell. It's very important. I suppose that the second partner of Russell could understand Russell because she was also revolutionary. Only revolutionary wife could understand Russell, but as a member of family, including Japanese family, it was a little bit hard to understand Russell's selfish decision, for example, to leave Japan and so on and so on. On the other hand, the period, the epoch in which Russell lived also corresponded to his lifestyle as a vagabond. The second half of the 19th century was still a time when romantic exiles could roam beyond national borders. This was an epoch when transportation and communication systems came to link more closely the various regions of the world. Though the increasing mobility of the people led to stricter border controls, even so, the control of individual information was not as thorough as it is today. It is also important to note that the world was not divided into nation states at late 19th century or early 20th century. The people at the time were still not divided only by national identity. The aristocracy, the rich, and the intelligentsia had personal relationships, personal ties that transcended national borders. The same was, of course, true for revolutionaries like Russell. In the world of that time, the basic unit of international politics was not a nation state, but a huge empire. Empires included within them diverse regions and peoples, nations, including colonies. This situation also brought together national and revolutionary movements among distant regions. So revolutionaries of Russian Empire, Russell finds that his colleagues of revolutionary movement existed not only in Russian Empire, but also in other parts of the world. They were in equal level, equal manner. These colonies and these regions were oppressed by empires. So Russell could find many comrades all over the world. I'd like to emphasize that Russell was a revolutionary who lived at a time when the world had not been still divided into nation states. If so, I'd like to ask Dr. Fakineri, this is my first question. Is it possible today to live the life of a revolutionary wanderer, vagabonds like Russell, in the 21st century, when nationalism divides the world and individual information ID is strictly controlled by the governments of nations. Today, I suppose it is very difficult to live the life of a revolutionary wanderer like Russell. It is very difficult. Or do we need a different approach than Russell to seek change, transformation, revolution in the status quo of the world and move beyond nationalism? Do we have to find other style of activities to go beyond nationalism? This is my first question. How do we live life if we want to overcome the national division? Cosmopolitanism, as embodied by
shall I start trying to answer something? Well, I don't know. Of course, it's more and more difficult in this, especially last years, to travel. My wish to become a vagabundus has had to struggle into all of the difficulties, and I fear, no, not I fear, I'm sure that I will never get a new visa to Belarus if somebody will have the adventure the possibility to read my book, because just from the 4-page of Vladimir Orlov, and also later on, of course, there is a hard critic to the actual lack of democracy of Belarus. To say not Russia, neither my Russian friends who used to go up and down to Russia now, they are not allowed to do it anymore. Or my scholars in Russian, I have many, just told me a few days ago they had a visa, but it was cancelled. So I don't know. It's true that there was a kind of international nation of vagabonds. We were still in the time of the Grand Tour of people from the north who came to visit Italy, and also the contrary, of course. But unluckily nowadays is much worse. Even if the possibility of traveling should be, I mean, much faster, which is maybe even too fast, because if in a few hours you get to Siberia, I was some years ago in Omsk, but it was much more interesting for me to travel 30 hours in Trans-Siberian Railway than to take an airplane from Milan to Moscow, because there I could realize the changement of the landscape, and now we are not used anymore to this. Now we are tourists. We are not a traveler anymore. Real travelers were those men in the time of Grand Tour, whose we have many testimonies. He didn't Russell didn't do a Grand Tour, but I've calculated how many degrees of longitude he has been traveling. They are about 270. That is 3 quarters of the whole Earth, you know, and that's amazing. Even when we think of the way of traveling of then. Yes, maybe I'm afraid that the season of vagabundi has set down. I hope not forever, but but at least for the time, I still hope to live and to be in good health. Maybe there was a second question. Can you tell me again?
No, this is just a first question. So I'll translate your answer, and then I will move on to the second part of my comment. Okay?
Okay.
So,
Okay.
今の言ってるお答えは、要するにバガボンドになるのは今大変であって、もう自分のそのビザをベラルーシに行こうとも取ったけども、これも手に入らない。ベラルーシに私の本を誰か持ってってくれればいいんだけども、持っていくことはできないと。それでロシアの友人たちも大変であって、もうビザを取ってもキャンセルされてしまうと。それでインターナショナルなバガボンドの世界というものはまだあって、自分も旅行するけれども、しかしながら、私たちの旅行というものは、そもそもテンポが速くなりすぎていて、本来自分は何時間か短い時間でモスクワとか旅するよりも、ゆっくりとシベリア鉄道で旅した方が景色も変わっていくし、興味深いのであると。そういう意味では世界も速くなりすぎていると。それであるから、グランドツアーの時代であれば、トラベラー、バガボンドみたいにできたけども、今はもうそういう時代ではなくて、バガボンドのシーズン、季節は終わりつつあるのかもしれない。自分はそうでないことを願うけども、終わりつつあるのかもしれない。そのような答えでした。Okay, let me move on to the second part of my comment. Cosmopolitanism, as embodied by Russell, gradually narrowed its scope. I'm sorry, I'll show my Japanese part. Cosmopolitanism, as embodied by Russell, gradually narrowed its scope for activity in the 20th century. Nationalism gradually began to break up human bonds across borders. Border control and personal data management became more rigorous in early 20th century, and especially after the First World War. But however, this does not necessarily mean that Russell and other wanderers had no successors in the 20th century. I'd like to consider here the Comintern, the Third International. The Comintern and the Moscow's centralized rule does not seem to have anything in common with Russell and his colleagues in the Narodnik spirit. By the way, Russell was very critical of the October Revolution, though, as Wada Sensei's book shows, he became more conciliatory towards the Soviet government in his later years, partly due to the influence of Sun Yat-sen, and even encouraged his sons to go to the Soviet Union. Actually, the Russian Communist Party, which was at the heart of the Comintern, had less and less room for Russell's cosmopolitanism. But the Comintern was by no means a mere subordinate organ of the Russian party. In 2019, Oleska Dachevich and Ian McKay edited a collection of papers entitled Left Transnationalism, the Communist International and the National Colonial and Racial Question, which shows that in the 1920s, there were still a few cosmopolitans, or more precisely, internationalists, who worked across borders for their own revolutionary ideals. The Indian Roy, for example, became involved in the revolutionary movement in Mexico, then China after 1917. Even later, when the Comintern's central control tightened, revolutionaries even then crossed borders with their own revolutionary ideals in mind, apart from their allegiance to Moscow. Nosaka Sanzo, who worked in the Soviet Union, China, and Japan, was one of such revolutionaries, such wanderers, vagabonds. Wada has written a biography of Nosaka, and in it he shows that Nosaka was a cosmopolitan or internationalist, a vagabond. So I'd like to ask Dr. Fakinari, this is my second question. In your book, how did you discuss Russell's evaluation of the Soviet Union? And I'd like to know your opinion whether there were any people who took over Russell's spirit. There were successors of Russell's spirit in revolutionary movement of the 20th century. If so, who were they? This is my second question. Thank you.
If you show me better the part of this part of your question, maybe I can because by the yes on the
just a moment.
Yes, we'll yes now.
My question is about this moment. So
Okay.
this is the second part of my question. I'd like to ask here.
If you book, how did you discuss this?
Did you wrote something about Russell's evaluation of the Soviet Union?
Yes, I try to understand your question about Russell's evaluation of the Soviet Union. Well, I realized that in his last years he changed, and even he decided to. He planned to go back to his country, and he died just a short time before he decided to go. Also, with all of the difficulties he had, mostly for his big Japanese family, half Japanese or not half Japanese family. Well, I tried to talk about this. I published a long letter that I don't know in which language he wrote to some friends from Bulgaria, who asked him to tell what he had done when he had been fighting besides the Bulgarian revolutionaries. Well, as I told, my book is more the story of my research, maybe than the story of Nikolaj Sudzilovskij. It was what I was able to do just as a not historian. I tried to make my research with a scientific method because this is my attitude. But of course, I'm not an historian, and so I don't have a political judgment.
Okay.
Maybe if you can shortly translate what I said.
Thank you very much. いや、私の質問は、ラッセルのソ連観ということだったんですけれども、それについても自分は書きましたと。ラッセルは最後、ソ連に対して考えを変えるわけですが、ただ自分は歴史家ではないですから、でもできる限り調べようとはしましたというお話でした。
はい。はい、ありがとうございました。池田先生、そして、クラウディオさん。そうですね、結局、帰らないわけですね。もちろん日本の子どもたちがいるからではありますけどね、ちょっと複雑な関係です。それとそうですね、国民国家に分かれてしまうと、このようなふらふらと放浪する人はなかなか出られないということは本当にその通りだと思いますが、私がすみません、ちょっと手前味噌ですけれども、研究している外交官はできるんですね。で例えばクーデンホフ光子と結婚したハインリヒとか、まさにこういう感じで、お給料はしっかりもらってるんで、一文なしではないんですけど、本当にあちこち行ってですね、実は子供なども作っております。本当に似てるなっていうね、私としてはすごく、なんていうか、全く違和感がなくですね、このラッセルについてのお話をたくさん学ばせていただいて、本当に良かったと思います。そうか、英語でも言うんですね。Thank you so much for your comments, Professor Ikeda.And thank you for your very interesting presentation, Mr. Fagnelli. And I think
I must thank for the comments. I wonder how many intelligent things and notes could come out only from a comment about my book. I would like to have also the text of his comments, because so I can more clearly and easier way read them. Like, of course, all of them. Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us for the second time. Thank you. ではすみません、時間もしておりますので、そうですね、もうちょっと本当に 本当参加者の方からね、ご意見やあるいはご質問を本当にいただきたいところではございますが、やっぱり皆様もう夕食といくかと思いますので、これにてファキネリさんのご報告とコメントは終了させていただきまして、次にザレンスカヤさんによるご挨拶が最後にございますので、よろしくお願いします。はい。カーチャー、are you here? Are you here? So it's time for you. Yeah, closing speech.
Me, that's, yeah. First of all, I just wanted to thank Professor Ronald Hayashida, who shared with me his unpublished materials, which he was preparing for this famous publication with David Kittelson in 1977, The Odyssey of Nikolaj Russel. So part of these materials weren't included in this publication, and he generously shared with me and said I could use all of it or some of it, and that was beginning of our friendship during this year when we tried to communicate and asking each other questions. Secondly, I wanted to ask, of course, Professor Wada, for his passion to study Russian revolutionary activities and specifically Russel, and which brought him to Leningrad in 1979. And for my luck, having known a very good friend, Lev Laurier, whom Wada met at the archives and introduced us to each other, which completely, of course, changed my situation of understanding and learning much more about Sudzilovskij. And through that path, I was able to find the Japanese relatives I had told before. So I just wanted to thank all of them for being such a good friends all over these years since we lived in Japan in 1990. And of course, also wanted to thank Georgi, whom I was able to meet thanks to Professor Iosko in Minsk. And we keep communicating, as you saw, till the last day, till right now. And special thanks, of course, for all the Japanese colleagues who organized this meeting, wonderful symposium, and presented very, very interesting papers. And at last, I would say probably to thank Dr. Russel himself for uniting all of us. And even 90 years after his death, his life keeps inspiring all of us and bringing it together.
役はどうですか、桑名さん。
はい。Thank you so much for your closing remarks. Thank you. So I'm supposed to
Translation.
そうか。Yes. そうですよね。はい。で、ザレンスカイさんはですね、これまでファキネリストですね、昨年出会って、ズームの他で交流を行っていて、本当に情報交換なども大変できて、友情を育むことができて、本当に幸運であったとおっしゃってます。それからもちろん和田先生とは本当に数十年前、これは第1回のシンポジウムでお話をされておられましたけども、和田先生とですね、思いがけないすごい偶然の出会いをされてですね、でそれによって、その自分のその親族である、ラッセルのですね、生涯やそれからその子どもたちについて知ることができて大変感謝していると。そして、もちろんこのシンポジウムをですね、オーガナイズしてくださって本当にありがとうございますということです。それからもちろんこの、大変な時にこのシンポジウムにご参加くださいましたウクライナのゲオルギーさんに対しても本当に感謝しているし、これから先ですね、ゲオルギーさんとそれからご家族のですね、生活が少しでも本当に改善されるように、これ以上危険にさらされないように、本当に私どももですね、一緒に祈っております。どうも本当にちょっとお顔は見えませんけれども、本当にありがとうございます。
ちょっといいですか。
はい、どうぞ。
今お話になった最初のところでザレンスカイさんは林田さん、ハワイの論文を発表した林田さんのことを言われて、林田さんが未発表の論文も使わせてくれて、非常に良い友情というか良い助け合いがあって、それが感謝しているということをまず先におっしゃられましたね。
すみません、そこの辺を落としております。大変失礼しました。 よろしいでしょうか。
あなた。
じゃあ本当にそろそろ本当に終わりにした方が皆様のご健康のためにもですね、よろしいかと思うんですけれども、本当に週末の、そしてこの年末のお忙しい時期にですね、この会に本当に長時間にわたりまして、ご参加、そしてご清聴くださり、本当にありがとうございました。そしてちょっと私、本当にそうですね、実は和田先生から一つ言えと言われたことがあって、ちょっと時間も押してるんですけど、申し上げますと、ですね、この場におられないもう一人の、ラッセルの研究者について話すと、でそれは元スタンフォード大学で現在名誉教授の、テレンス・エモンズ先生です。で私、たまたまスタンフォードに1年間在籍しておりましたときに、エモンズ先生がちょうどですね、ラッセルの研究をされようとしていたときでして、和田先生の日本語の本をですね、ぜひその内容を教えてくれと、頼まれましてですね、本当に拙い、英語だったと思うんですけれども、和田先生のご本の内容を、その英語にて、ご説明申し上げ、その結果といいますかですね、それが多少役に立ったのかどうか分かりませんけれども、2冊のですね、ラッセルについてのご本をですね、出版されておりますので、本当になぜかですね、私、専門はオーストリア・ハンガリーで、ロシア語もですね、多少かじったんですけど、ほとんど使い物になってないんですけれども、なぜか私、ラッセルの、研究をですね、進展させるべく、なぜか人生のかなりの時間をこうして、このシンポジウムの組織も含めまして、使わせていただいているという、本当に、なんでしょうね、本当に不思議なご縁を感じます。それに自分でやってる空伝方法なんかすごく似てると、外交官とそのね、革命家と違うんですけども、すごく似てるし、本当に学ばせていただいて、本当にありがたい、この、シンポジウムに関わらせていただいて、大変ありがたいと思います。和田先生、こんな感じでよろしかったでしょうか。
じゃあ、ちょっと
英語で言わなくて。どうぞ先生。
英語であなた。
英語でいいんですか？わかりました。Yeah, the reason I've been part of this symposium is that I studied at Stanford University many years ago, and I had a chance to explain what Professor Wada's books on Russell were about, and I hope it helped him, Professor Terence Emmons, to write two important books, very important books about Russell later on. So I'm not sure if my English was good enough back then, but I'm so glad I had a chance to promote and propagate, in a sense, the knowledge about this very strange but very interesting and important person's life. However small my part is, and if I'll be very happy if my own and also our own very small enterprise will help. なんでしょうね。そうですね。improve our understanding of human communication and cultural exchange worldwide。こんな感じでよろしかったですか、先生。すみません、よろしかったでしょうか。はい。では、和田先生、一言何かおっしゃいませんか。
We organize our symposium ardently hope that Professor Emmons joined our symposium. But we have lost connection with him. So Professor Emmons could not join our symposium, but his disciple Kuwano-san is helping us very much. So I from myself would like to extend deep gratitude to all participants of our symposiums, and who to endure long work of listening. Thank you. now we are closing our symposium. And from now on, we are going to prepare the pamphlets which contains all papers and materials. And we are going to publish it in English and in Japanese in next year. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
ありがとうございます。では出版物としてもですね、今回のご報告、そして第1回目のですね、シンポジウムのご報告内容がですね、交換されますので、皆様のお手元に届くかと思いますので、ぜひよろしくお願いいたしますということで、これで閉会させていただき、どうも皆様本当に長時間、そして遅い時間になっておりますので、本当に申し訳ないと思いますが、本当にありがとうございます。そしてもちろん報告者の皆様、本当にありがとうございました。本当いろいろなんか短くとかいろいろ注文をつけてしまったかと思いますけど、本当にご協力ありがとうございました。本当にここにおられるすべての皆様に本当に心からの感謝を、私が代表して言うのもなんですけれども、組織委員会のものとしてですね、本当に感謝申し上げております。どうも本当にありがとうございました。本当にありがとうございます。はい、それではこれにて、そうですね、本当にありがとうございました。本当に皆様、本当にありがとうございます。Yeah, well, I'm thanking for everyone who participating and also all the presenters who participated in the first and also this second symposium. And thank you so much for your cooperation and also very lively comments and discussion. Thank you. And we're going to
Sayonara. Sayonara.
Yeah, sayonara. Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. すみません。私どもはちょっとここに残って少し